Alrighty, folks. Anthony Taylor here, live in the Upper Cumberland Weather studio. We're going to launch into live continuous coverage at this point. It is going on 10:30 Central Time, currently 10:26 right now. The first warnings of the night for us now appearing at the bottom of your screen for the western fringes of our extended coverage area. But these storms are approaching the I-65 corridor, so we will go ahead and go into coverage now at this point. As I had mentioned earlier, we would do. So here we go. Here's your line of storms. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that has been issued. This is in effect until 11:15 p.m. Central Time. This includes all of Sumner County, northwestern portions of Wilson County, including the Mount Juliet and LaGuardo communities. It includes all of Davidson County as well. And we have a tornado warning farther south. This is just west of our viewing area. But this includes areas like Franklin, Thompson Station, Spring Hill, Columbia. We actually have a pretty decent rotation that has area of rotation that's been showing up with this cell here now approaching Spring Hill. I was watching the camera in Columbia site there. Still seeing at least some signs of rotation here near Spring Hill. National Weather Service is continuing that tornado warning. Again, for areas between Spring Hill and Nolensville, that tornado warning is in effect until 11 p.m. Central Time. This is radar indicated rotation. Some of the cameras in the area did observe potential power flashes back to the southwest of Columbia, I believe. I wasn't looking at the camera at that point, but again, that is a dangerous storm, though. If you know anyone in that warning polygon, again, between Franklin and Nolensville and points south towards Thompson Station. Again, this is west of our coverage area, but we want to provide some extended coverage here. Your possible tornado is going to be right here near Spring Hill. And again, that is moving towards the northeast pretty quickly. The warning text says towards the northeast about 45 miles per hour. So if you know anyone in that area, again, they need to be in their tornado safe spot. Again, your area of rotation being right in here. And again, that is moving towards the northeast. So if you're in that area, if you have friends or family in that area, they need to be going to their tornado safe spot now. That's the lowest level of a sturdy structure. It's the lowest level of your home. Put as many walls as you can between you and the outside as possible. If you have a helmet, bicycle helmet, baseball helmet, football helmet, put that on to protect your head. Again, if we do have a tornado here, that will protect your head from flying debris. Put a mattress over your head if you don't have a helmet. Just whatever you can, clothes, whatever you need to pile on top of you. Again, it's a radar indicated rotation, but it's a pretty decent couplet we're seeing there in Spring Hill. So again, that's west of our coverage area, but I know we may have people watching over that way, and we want you to be safe as that storm rolls through. But here is the reflectivity view as far as our coverage area goes. Again, the western fringes of our extended coverage area, that being Sumner and Wilson County, y'all are included in a new severe thunderstorm warning. The National Weather Service has mentioned that damaging straight line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour and quarter-size hail are possible with the storm. They have the considerable damage threat tag on this severe thunderstorm warning, and they also have the tornado possible tag. We could get a tornado spin up within this line. I'm going to turn off this tornado watch. You can see it at the bottom of your screen there. That tornado watch is in effect for pretty much our entire coverage area until 3 a.m. Central, 4 a.m. Eastern time. For, again, all the counties you see. So, again, there is your severe thunderstorm watch, or excuse me, severe thunderstorm warning, again, in effect until 11:15. Again, they got that tornado possible tag on it. Give you some more details on this here on screen. A lot of counties included. This is a very wide, very broad polygon here. The storms are moving towards the east about 45 miles per hour. And, again, damaging straight line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour and quarter-size hail are the primary concerns, but they do mention the potential of a spin-up tornado being possible within that warning polygon. Anywhere along this line, we could get a quick tornado spin-up, so that is something we'll have to watch out for. We'll have to also watch to see if this cell down here near Franklin, that's tornado warned, if it will merge into this main line. We could see a spin-up tornado with that as well, but that, again, that remains to be seen later on. But that could be, again, something we'll need to watch out for. We'll go to our the Skycam in Nashville. This is live view right now from downtown Nashville. You can see the skyline looking back towards the west. Can't see a whole lot right now. The storms are west of Nashville. It is raining in this area right now. But again, we will come back to this view once these storms get closer and we can actually see something apparent on radar. But right now, again, nothing much to see from that view except some lightning. Very, very impressive lightning there. Cloud to ground lightning. So again, it's nighttime, so it's unlikely you would be outdoors right now, but I would still advise against being outdoors with these storms, certainly with that lightning potential and also the very strong winds that are going to be blowing through. I'm going to move over our radar a little bit there on the corner of your screen so we can capture these storms a little bit better as they continue to move towards the east, towards us. Still have a while to go, though, for a lot of us. Let me clear off these cyclone port sites real quick, clean up the radar image as we bring that back up. But again, there is your current radar picture right now. So as far as our region is concerned, we do have some light showers now beginning to infiltrate parts of Smith, Trousdale, Macon counties. None of this is of concern. Maybe a couple of moderate downpours embedded within this. Could get a clap of thunder or something here. But the heavier activity is still back to the west, and that's still at least an hour away, I think, from areas like Westmoreland, maybe a little over an hour away from Lafayette, Hartsville, Lebanon. Lebanon, you're not included in that severe thunderstorm warning. So this line of storms, again, this is well west of us as far as our coverage area is concerned, but they are moving towards the east about 45 miles per hour. And again, we are hopping on now. Just happened to glance over at a comment. The screen setup is not good for phones. That's why I advise putting us on your smart TV if you can. We are a channel, I guess you want to call us that. We have our Upper Cumberland Weather channel that streams 24/7. So we're meant to be viewed on TV, ideally. But of course, you can watch us on Facebook and X on your phone if you need to. But we are formatted more so to watch us on a TV or your laptop or whatever. At 11 p.m., our feed will be simulcast on the radio. So 94.7 Country Giant, 98.5 KISS FM, 106.1 The Eagle, and 107.7 Grace FM will carry our simulcast of our live severe weather coverage beginning at 11 p.m. 11:15 for Grace FM, but 11 o'clock for the other stations. Again, those are 94.7 The Country Giant, 98.5 KISS FM, 106.1 The Eagle, and 107.7 Grace FM. So if you were to lose power, you might want to jot those down. Hopefully you know those stations. Definitely 94.7 I know reaches the entire region. So no matter where you are, if you lose power, you don't have a good cell phone, cell tower situation near your home like me where I live, you can still hear us on the radio. So that will be an option for you, again, to at least hear my voice and walk through these storms as they move through the region. Again, we have a level 3 out of 5 risk of severe weather for the entire Upper Cumberland region. Damaging straight line winds in excess of potentially 75 miles per hour will be our greatest concern tonight with this line of storms, but we cannot rule out the potential for a tornado spin up or two as these storms move across the region. Again, we still have a while to go, though. Again, our northwestern area is looking at least an hour, if not a little bit longer. So Lafayette, Hartsville, Carthage, you've got a little over an hour before these storms arrive, maybe a little bit longer than that. I'd say between 11:30 and midnight is when these storms will arrive to you. If you're farther east, Gainesboro, Salina, Baxter, Smithville, McMinnville, you're probably looking at closer to an hour and a half to 2 hours. The farther east you are, Byrdstown, Livingston, it's going to be probably after midnight, maybe 12:30 to 1 a.m. before these storms arrive to you. Maybe 1:30 or so for our plateau areas, Jamestown, Monterey, Crossville, Spencer, and then maybe 2 a.m. or thereafter for our farthest eastern areas and our eastern the fringe of our extended coverage area, Scott, Morgan, Roane, Ray, Bledsoe counties. So we got a little ways to go, and that'll be 3 a.m. Eastern time, again, for those storms to arrive to y'all. So got a little ways to go for everyone. So again, we did a live update for just YouTube and Hub Plus only a little while ago, but I will reiterate, if you are really anywhere in our region, you've got a little bit of time right now. If you don't feel secure where you're at, if you're in a mobile home maybe, and you want to get somewhere, a sturdier structure, go ahead and call up a friend, a family member, a neighbor. Hopefully it's still, not too late in the night and you can get a hold of them and maybe ride out the storm at their place. If you don't have that sort of option, maybe call the local sheriff's department in your area, your county, police department, EMA. Someone should pick up the phone and ask, hey, where are the different sheltering options tonight? Because I don't have a list in front of me for those options. We cover a pretty broad area, and I'm just one person. That's a lot to keep up with, and that information does change. But if you contact, again, police station, your county sheriff's office, they should hopefully be able to help you with that information if you want to shelter somewhere. They may even say, hey, just come here and ride out the storm at our station or whatever. So again, I would definitely advise doing that, whether it's a friend, family member, sheriff's department, whatever the case may be, just to be on the safe side. Again, the probability of a tornado hitting your place tonight is very, very low. I mean, extremely low. But there is a possibility we could have a tornado tonight, and if it's your place, obviously that's significant, and we want everyone to be prepared and safe as these storms again move across the region tonight. Damaging straight line winds, though, are our greatest potential. There is a 30 to 44% probability of damaging straight line winds occurring within 25 miles of any location across the Upper Cumberland tonight, and then a lesser probability of a tornado occurring, a 5 to 9% probability of a tornado occurring within that 25-mile radius. It's a pretty small probability of a tornado, but still, take it seriously, and we want everyone to be safe tonight for sure. I am going to look at some comments now. Again, we still have a little ways to go before these storms arrive here. We just wanted to go ahead and get in here, get settled. Let me know in the comments if everything looks good, sounds good. We have addressed a few issues that we had with our severe weather coverage a few days ago. We had some audio glitching issues, video glitching issues, just a few different things. I've invested in a pretty pricey router to hopefully alleviate a lot of those issues, and so far it seems that investment has been well worth it. That's not good. That's not good at all. We just had a power surge. Y'all probably didn't hear that, but we have battery backup systems, and those things are really good at detecting power surges. Power's on here just fine, but when you have a surge like that, though, that means power went out somewhere, and usually, especially with these storms being as far away as they are, unless the winds we're seeing right now caused it, which is possible, we do have 40 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts possible with that wind advisory before these storms even arrive. But if it was somewhere further away, that could be a sign that something major just happened. I don't know. I'm not saying it did. I'm just saying that's eerie. I have heard that before, and that's usually not a good thing when that happens. So y'all let me know. If y'all lost power, though, at your place, let me know. Slop Donkeys on YouTube says, YouTube looking and sounding good. Juicebox 4435 says, calm so far in northwestern Jackson County, not far from you in Haydenburg. Shout out to you. I'm in Pleasant Shade covering these storms, so I'll be one of the first ones to get these storms here in the region. Hopefully we make it through fine. We don't lose power here. If we do have some backup solutions. We got a generator, but it's not set up yet. Just haven't had a chance to get that set up. We got a couple things with the space we're in. We got to configure with the breaker box to get that to where that is a seamless transition whenever we need to rely upon that. So we will get that going hopefully here in the next week or so. But the generator is here. I just, I don't know how long it would take me to get that going and run an extension cord. But hopefully we won't have to worry about that. There's also the possibility I can plug into my truck. It has like a 400 watt outlet. So I'm using a Mac Mini down here. Y'all can't see that, but it's pretty low powered. So we can actually power that from my truck in our router if we needed to. Hopefully though, that none of that will be necessary. But if I do cut out for some random reason, now you know why. But we will get back live one way or another. If I got to head down the road to get to Wi-Fi at McDonald's, we will do that. Oh, or my house. Maybe my house won't see a power outage and we can just go there. But anyway, hopefully we don't have to worry about any of that, though. We do have an intense line of storms, though. Moving through, someone said, Heather on Facebook said thunder and difficult. I actually heard that thunder. Dana, good question. Is it supposed to weaken at all? Probably not. The damaging wind threat will be for all of us. I wouldn't be surprised if probably all of our counties go under a severe thunderstorm warning at some point. And again, we could see that isolated tornado threat as well. So we could have a couple of tornado warnings as well. But that damaging wind threat will be for all of us. And the risk of severe weather does not decrease the farther east you are. We're all in that level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather, with damaging winds again being the primary concern as these storms move towards the east. So again, this is why I've said, though, I would not. Chris says check the Alexandria camera. Yeah, we'll go to that real quick. This camera is actually on the ground. It's on it's like a pole mount on the ground, and it toppled over in the wind. So that is the situation in Alexandria right now. So we'll get that fixed maybe as soon as tomorrow. That can be repositioned and set back up right. But yeah, that's what's going on in Alexandria. We didn't just had a big gust of wind blew through and knocked that over. That one's not mounted to a tower or anything. It's actually on the ground. That view actually proved very useful last year during a hailstorm we had. I think it was last summer, I want to say, late last spring. Had a big hailstorm, went through Alexandria and Noreen. We were able to, not Noreen, gosh almighty, Liberty, caused a lot of hail damage. We were actually able to watch that live since we were on the ground. We could literally see the hailstones ping-ponging off the ground from that view. So we may come back to that later if there's something interesting to see. Hey, maybe the wind will blow it back up, right? I doubt it. Highly doubt that. We'll go to the Nashville. Looks like Nashville camera might be down right now. So don't know if we might have had a power failure at that spot as these storms approach downtown. It's dang. Anyway, we don't have that view at the moment, so we won't go to the Nashville site. We do have a view here north of Hendersonville we can look at. Just to the north of Hendersonville. I don't have this loaded into our system yet, but we can pull it up here in Radar Omega. You can also view this in the Upper Cumberland Weather app, UC Weather. As you can see there in the corner of your screen, that is free to download and use. So very intense storm here. Again, approaching from the west. Again, this is a live view right now that you can see inside Radar Omega and inside our own weather app. Looks like winds right now sustained at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. We've had a gust to 30 miles per hour in the last 5 minutes. I think that 86 mile per hour gust is not accurate in the last 24 hours. But that again is your live view right now from just north of Hendersonville. Let's see, we can pull up the view right now from Gallatin, a little bit northeast of that view we were just looking at. So we'll go there. Here's the current view there from Gallatin, and it's raining heavily. Wind beginning to pick up quite a bit. So not much else to see other than that right now. Again, these storms are still about 45 minutes to an hour away from our immediate coverage area, that being Macon, Trousdale, Smith counties on the western fringe there of our primary coverage area. So still got a little ways to go before those storms arrive. We are already seeing a heavier downpour, though, in northern Smith County, actually where I'm at. Over top of me right now, we have this heavier cell that's developed over difficult, pleasant shade. Hearing some thunder outside right now with that. Let's make sure we have our lightning turned on. I think it might have gotten turned off. No, we're on. Let's also turn this view on. We'll turn those on as well. So you can see the lightning we've had. Again, northern Smith County. You can probably hear the thunder right now. I can hear it where I'm at. Again, your heavier storms are back to the west, though, approaching I-65 right now. And all of this, again, is moving towards the east right now at about 45 miles per hour. If you're wondering what I'm using right here, this is Radar Omega. You can actually get this on iOS and Mac OS and, well, iOS and Google Play. And then if you subscribe with a monthly subscription, there is an option where you can also view it on a Mac and a PC as well, which is very handy. But you can view everything I'm viewing here, all the cameras, just a lot of data here, a lot of, just a ton of stuff you can do here, more than even our own app, which for most of you wouldn't need everything this app can do, but it is here if you want it. So I will look at comments again. Destiny says it's cutting out bad. Can y'all, anybody else verify that? Nobody else has mentioned that, so that may be localized to your internet, because everything here should be good. We've solidified a lot of things. We fixed a lot of issues we were having. So we should be better tonight than we were the other day with our previous severe weather coverage. But y'all can let me know in the comments. Okay, everybody says good, sounding clear, look clear. All right, that may just be a localized issue. If you're on YouTube, you can actually change the quality, so you can go for a lesser quality if you want to. Be sure though to share this stream, whatever platform you're on. I would definitely recommend putting this on a smart TV. So maybe pull up a YouTube, search Upper Cumberland Weather. You can find us there, or you can also go Hub Plus on Roku. So if you have a Roku device, you can download the Hub Plus app. It's free. And you can find the Upper Cumberland Weather channel there. And that's 24/7. So whenever I'm not live, we have, of course, our 24/7 feed. A lot of y'all were watching that earlier on YouTube. So that is available to you. It's also in our app, UC Weather. But anyway, if you want to watch us on a smart TV, YouTube and Hub Plus on Roku, those will be your best options. A lot better than watching us on a little phone. If this is all you got, that's all you got. But if you do have that smart TV option, definitely recommend pulling us up there. Yeah, if you're having any glitching, you might want to go out and refresh the streams. Good advice from Tracy. What's the app called for iOS? Our app is called UC Weather. You can see it in the corner of your screen, and it gives you quite a bit. You can see radar just like this, the high-resolution reflectivity view from any radar in the country. So your regular weather apps, most of your local weather apps will only give you a national composite image. So it takes all the radar sites and combines it into one messy image. Our app actually lets you choose which radar site you want to look at, and as soon as a new scan comes in from the radar site, boom, it's in the app. So it's real close to real time as you can get, just like we're seeing right here. So, but more than that though, we got our Skycam network is in there. We got 40 sites across the Upper Cumberland, and then you can also view a nationwide view of all the cyclone port sites across the country. Again, all that's free, and it's on-demand video feeds. You can watch me, my live coverage in the app, as well as our live weather channel. I've got a forecast discussion post in the app. So a lot of different things going on there. So definitely highly recommend that you download it if you haven't already. It's free. And again, it would not be possible without our local community partners here, our premier community partners. We'll go full screen, not to me, but to the app screen. So be sure to download it if you don't have it already. Now, our app does not yet have push notifications, so you won't get an alert sent to your phone with our app yet. It is in the works. Hopefully, we can debut that soon. At the very least, we should soon have the ability to send you a notification whenever I'm going live for severe weather coverage. It looks like I've got a new tornado warning, so let's jump onto that. Let's jump into coverage on that tornado warning right now. So new tornado warning. This is for northeastern Davidson County, northwestern Wilson County, southern Sumner County. This is a radar indicated rotation. This tornado warning is in effect until 11:30 p.m. Central Time. So we'll go to our velocity view. It's going to be going pretty close to the radar site here. It's an Old Hickory. So your rotation is right in here near Goodlettsville. That's going to move through Hendersonville and towards LaGuardo. So if you're in this area, you need to be getting to your tornado safe spot right now. Again, this is a tornado warning in effect until 11:30 p.m. for the areas in this red polygon here. So this does not include Trousdale County, does not include Smith counties. Your weather radios might be going off if you're in those areas because you're likely on that frequency. But again, if you are in northern Wilson County, if you are in southern Sumner County, including Hendersonville, Gallatin, down into LaGuardo, this includes far northern portions of Mount Juliet up to Highway 70, back into Lakewood, Old Hickory. The National Weather Service office in Nashville is actually in this tornado warning. This is radar indicated rotation. Might have a couple different areas here of rotation. This one right here near Maplewood, and then another area of rotation. So there could be two possible tornadoes here. within this. So again, you need to be getting to your tornado safe spot now if you're inside that red polygon. So that's the lowest level of a sturdy structure. So in your home, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You want to protect your head from the potential for flying debris, so put a mattress over your head, pile clothes on top of you, whatever you need to do. If you got a helmet, put a helmet on. Bicycle helmet, motorcycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, whatever. If you got a helmet, put it on. Put it on the kids first, obviously. But if you're in that tornado warning, you need to be, again, getting to your tornado safe spot immediately. This storm is moving pretty quickly towards the east at about 50 miles per hour, so you will not have much time to get to your tornado safe spot. Again, this is radar indicated rotation. Seeing some very strong winds that just moved through White House, approaching Portland as well. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, so y'all also need to be indoors away from windows if you're just in the severe thunderstorm warning portion of the storm. But again, those in the tornado warning, again, anywhere inside this red polygon, you need to be, again, in your tornado safe spot right now. Again, this is radar indicated rotation. There's your red polygon. You can clearly see it there. All the communities listed there. And again, this is west of most of our coverage area. This is, again, back towards Nashville. This is for the Hendersonville areas, for Gallatin, LaGuardo. Let's see if we have, I know we have a couple camera sites here. Let's go to the one in, let's go to the one just north of Hendersonville near Goodlettsville. We'll go live to that site right now, and we will pull that up right now in real time and watch it together. I don't know that wind's accurate. Let me do something real quick. That does not seem right to me. Yeah, this site is just to the east of the reflectivity. Let's look at velocity here while we have that pulled up. I'm not sure a wind's quite that strong. But regardless, though, we will watch this view together. Let's go full screen with that. So for reference, this is just to the north of Hendersonville. This is very near where the storm is just about to pass over right now. And we have rotation being detected by radar right now, and a very intense storm moving overhead. Might be getting some erroneous wind data there, although winds are pretty strong here. But regardless, we'll just watch the view though together. This is, again, just to the north of Hendersonville. Again, there's a tornado warning in effect for this area, in effect to 11:30 p.m. So again, if you're east of here, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. This is northern Wilson County, southern Sumner County included in this tornado warning. Might be a power flash there we just saw on the left-hand side of the screen. As we got a new warning coming out. Never mind, that is the tornado watch has been revised. So we will, again, stay on this view right now. Again, we have an area of rotation very near this site we are watching right now live. Crazy storm right now. If nothing else, very intense wind moving over this site right now. Again, just north of Hendersonville. This is what we're looking at right now. And again, we're going to stay on this view. I believe Sumner County EMA will be the ones driving this camera right now, so I don't have control over it directly. But just a crazy, just intense storm. I'm not even entirely sure what direction we're looking at right now. But regardless, this storm, this is what's moving our way. That's the whole point of showing all this. This is what's moving our direction. There is an active tornado warning for this area right now. And again, this is, again, moving towards the east. So you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Again, if you're in southern Sumner County, northern Wilson County, might have seen a power flash a few moments ago. Not 100% sure. I mean, it's such a crazy scene right now. It's really hard to pick out anything from this view right now, but other than this is a crazy storm. And again, this is what is moving our direction right now. If you're in northwestern areas like Macon County, Trousdale County, Smith County, this is the same storm that's moving your way eventually, not yet. Still got a while before the storm arrives to you, but again, just a heads up. By the way, we are now, I believe we are on the radio. Okay, we're on Hub Plus, so the main Hub Plus channel on the Hub Plus, where our channel's on Hub Plus, but there's also a Hub Plus channel. We are now simulcast there, and we will be joining on radio very soon at 11 p.m. So we will be hopping on 94.7 The Country Giant, 98.5 Kiss FM, 106.1 The Eagle, and 107.7 Grace FM. Well, the other three stations at 11, and then Grace FM at 11:15. So if you lose power, you can hear us on the radio. 94.7 carries all across the region, and 98.5 does as well. But and then the other stations also have pretty good reception, especially in the Cookeville area. So we got a lot of options there. That may have been a power flash right there. Again, really hard to tell, honestly, what we're seeing here, other than just a very intense storm. Again, just to the north of Hendersonville. I'm going to back out of this view, though, and see how this relates to where our rotation is located. I think we're reading real close to the radar site here. So we'll wait for a new scan to come in. Let's go back to just high-res velocity and take a look here. See, a very intense storm, again, blowing through, again, just north of Hendersonville that we're looking at here from this view. If nothing else, some very crazy winds. Pretty good sampling of the wind here near the radar beam. So I'm going to go back to our reflectivity. Things are beginning to calm down at that site there, so we'll go off of that for now. Let's go to Gallatin. This is actually just north of Gallatin. Y'all are not in the tornado warning, but I will take that Skycam, and we can see the current scene from Gallatin. So not too bad right now, just some light rain, but conditions will deteriorate very soon. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for this area, again, north of Gallatin, east of Cottontown that we're looking at. I have Gallatin just as a point of reference, but Gallatin's just a little bit south of where this camera is located. Gallatin proper is actually in this tornado warning. Again, all this is moving towards these, going over the radar site right now in Nashville. So we'll back out here. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued a little bit ago for areas between Smyrna and Watertown. That warning is in effect until 11:30. Damaging straight lines in excess of 60 miles per hour and quarter-size hail are possible. We're seeing a bit of a merger here. That previous tornado warning for Williamson County has been allowed to expire, been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. We have to watch this area very closely, though, as these cells merge into the line. That storm cluster merges into this line. You can sometimes get some rotation with that. So we'll have to watch that very closely as this line moves towards the east. But there's the broad view of radar. So if you're in Macon County, if you're in Trousdale County, you're not in a warning right now. But it does some heavier showers moving through Hartsville, approaching Lafayette, out ahead of this line. And the main storm line itself, again, extends from just west of Gallatin from Portland down to Hendersonville, Mount Juliet, Smyrna, southwest of Nolensville, Spring Hill, Columbia. And again, all this is moving towards the east, about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So pretty fast-moving storms. They will be here before you know it. It is now 11 p.m. We should be joining on the radio here very soon, if not already. So 94.7 Country Giant, 98.5 Kiss FM, and 106.1 The Eagle will be taking our feed momentarily if they haven't already. And I should get a text here soon confirming that. And then we'll be on Grace FM, 107.7 Grace FM at 11:15. So that's a great option for you if you lose power tonight, or if you know somebody, or if yourself, you don't have good cell service, maybe you don't have a great internet connection, or again, if you lose power, again, we will be on the radio simulcasting our feed. Got a lot of you watching right now. Again, I appreciate all of you tuning in. If you don't mind sharing our feed with your friends, whether you're on Facebook, if you're on YouTube, wherever, X, again, it is greatly appreciated. Again, we want to make sure everyone is well covered tonight. I'm going to go ahead real quick and reshare our stream with everyone, if y'all don't mind me doing that, just to make sure everyone is covered. We've got more than 2,400 people watching on Facebook right now, so I appreciate all of you tuning in. And again, we will be live for the duration of this line as it moves from west to east across the Upper Cumberland region. So we're going to be here a while. Now, if I lose power here, we'll have to figure out something on the fly. But we'll be live one way or another. We do have a generator. It's not yet set up. There's some things that go into that to make that happen, but we will get that soon. I don't think we're going out to X right now for some reason. Let me check on that real quick. Let's see. We'll get that fixed. I forgot to hit the check mark there to put that out to X. So my apologies there. We want to be on as many platforms as we can. So we're on Facebook, X, YouTube, Hub Plus over on Roku, and the Upper Cumberland Weather smartphone app. So a lot of different options there for you. Kim, I did not say Sparta yet. Okay, we are live on the radio. So I want to welcome those listening on 94.7 The Country Giant, 98.5 KISS FM, and 106.1 The Eagle. It is currently 11:03 p.m. Central Time. We're watching a squall line, a very intense line of storms with a host of severe thunderstorm warnings and even a couple of tornado warnings in effect, approaching western portions of the Upper Cumberland region. This line currently extends from Portland down to Gallatin, Mount Juliet, Smyrna, back into Franklin and Columbia. These storms are moving towards the east about 40 to 55 miles per hour. So pretty fast-moving storms, and they will be moving again into the Upper Cumberland region very soon. Northwestern portions of the region, from Lafayette down to Hartsville, will be seeing these storms within the next half hour. Carthage, Gainesboro, Salina, Smithville, probably within the next 45 minutes to an hour. Into the Cookeville area, Livingston, Byrdstown, Sparta, McMinnville within the next probably hour and a half. So I say by around midnight to 12:30 a.m., you'll be getting these storms crossing Highway 111 and moving on to areas of the plateau, probably around 1 to 2 a.m. So we got a while to go here. We will be live covering these storms. We have a tornado watch in effect for the entire Upper Cumberland region, in effect until 3 a.m. Central Time, 4 a.m. Eastern Time. And again, that is for the potential of course, damaging straight line winds are possible, perhaps upwards of 80 miles per hour. We could see a couple of instances of 80 mile per hour wind gusts. More likely 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts would be the more common threat for most people. And also cannot rule out a tornado or two, potentially a strong tornado. Cannot rule out a strong tornado with this event. As these storms again move from west to east, we don't anticipate really much in the way of weakening as these storms move east. So this will be an ongoing severe weather threat throughout the at least the early overnight period, with the severe threat ending probably around 2 to 3 a.m. Central Time, 3 to 4 a.m. Eastern Time for our furthest eastern areas, that being from Scott, Morgan, and Roane counties down to the Ray and Bledsoe counties. So we got a ways to go. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for areas in all of Rutherford County, Cannon County, and the point southwest of there outside of our coverage area. That severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 11:45 p.m. We have the potential for damaging straight line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour, as well as the tornado possible tag on this warning. The National Weather Service has put a considerable damage threat tag on this severe thunderstorm warning for that cell. Again, that portion of the storm is located back towards Columbia, and will be moving towards Murfreesboro, Shelbyville, Woodbury over the next 30 minutes to an hour. So again, we have a line of storms here. If you're, in the Cookeville area, Livingston, Sparta, we got a little ways to go. At least an hour or two before these storms arrive to you. But our western areas, Lafayette, Hartsville, again, you are next in line. We do have an active tornado warning we've been discussing here for southeastern portions of Sumner County and far northwestern portions of Wilson County, there along the Wilson County-Sumner County line. This is radar indicated rotation that we've been looking at here. Not seeing a whole lot in the way of potential rotation here. The Weather Service is letting that tornado warning ride. It's in effect for another 24 minutes, but I think the storm will probably be out of the warned area by that point. So again, but they are letting that tornado warning ride. We don't yet have any warnings for Macon, Trousdale, Smith, DeKalb counties yet, but just give it time. We will see warnings issued here probably very soon, I would say. At least a new severe thunderstorm warning. I wouldn't be surprised if we see one issued for Macon, Trousdale, Smith counties. We do have some heavier rain across Macon County right now, some heavier shower activity just in various parts of Macon County right now. Maybe some embedded lightning in a couple of spots, but the main storm line is still back to your west, approaching Westmoreland. And Hartsville here very soon. I say within the next 20 minutes, these storms will be bearing down on Hartsville. So again, active night. Again, we have that tornado watch again in effect until 3 a.m. Central, 4 a.m. Eastern. And these storms again will continue to move towards the east through the night. Now, the farther west you are, the sooner your severe threat will end. So if you're in Lafayette, Hartsville, Carthage, these storms have not gotten to you yet, but your severe threat will end the soonest. So I'd say by midnight or so, your severe weather threat should be over with and you can go to bed. Now, winds may remain elevated. We are still under a wind advisory until 7 a.m., I believe. So wind gusts up to 40 to 45 miles per hour will still be possible even once these storms pass by. And temperatures are going to drop rapidly, too. We'll fall into the 30s by tomorrow morning. And we might have a few snow showers off and on throughout the day, throughout our Monday, if you can believe it. And there is at least a low end potential for some accumulation. We can talk more about that later on, but we might see a few low snow accumulation totals, at least along the plateau. Y'all stand the best chance of that happening. Don't think we'll see any travel issues as a result of that, just because the surface temperatures are so warm, but maybe some elevated surfaces, decks, porches, and such may end up with a little bit of light snow accumulation, potentially maybe in grassy areas. But again, not expecting any travel issues with that. But again, we're not worried about snow right now. We're worried about severe weather. That's why we're here tonight. That's why I'm live with, again, continuous coverage for as long as, well, for the duration of the storm line. And again, we will be right here covering these. Again, if you're just now tuning in, again, I am live here, Anthony Taylor, live in the Upper Cumberland Weather Studio, tracking, again, a line of storms. We are simulcasting right now on the radio. 94.7 The Country Giant, 98.5 KISS FM, and 106.1 The Eagle are carrying our feed right now live. So if you lose power tonight, again, you do have that option to listen to us on the radio. Very important. You can still hear my voice. As long as I have power here. Now, if we lose power here, I do have, a couple of solutions to get back on. But we may have a pause for a bit before I can get that totally figured out. But we will be live one way or another. But, cross fingers, we don't lose power here. And won't have to cross that bridge. I'm looking at some comments now coming in on our Facebook and YouTube feeds. Tammy says, what about Lafayette? Lafayette's raining heavily right now. We just had some lightning detected up that way a short while ago. But the heavier storm activity is just to your west. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's just been issued. So here we go. Here we go. So Macon County, Trousdale County, Smith County, western Jackson County, far western Clay County, and northwestern DeKalb County, as well as all of Wilson County and pretty much most of Sumner County, eastern Davidson County, and far northern Rutherford County included in this very large severe thunderstorm warning polygon. The severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until midnight, with the potential for damaging straight line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. There is a considerable damage threat with these winds, so we could see some wind damage here. And also the tornado possible tag. We could see a tornado spin up within this line. So this is something we're going to be watching very closely again as these storms move towards the east. The storms are moving towards the east at 60 miles per hour. Very fast moving storms. They have sped up a bit. I do see a couple areas here. Let's see if these line up with our radar, with our reflectivity. They do. Potential rotation here. That we'll have to keep a very close eye on. Let's zoom in a bit more, get some more communities in here. Just south of Cairo, there along the Wilson County, Sumner County line, soon to cross Highway 231 into far southern Trousdale County. and a couple other possible areas of rotation here just to the northwest of Lebanon. We'll have to watch very closely just in case that tries to spin up and produce a tornado. That's the kind of thing we're very much looking out for tonight. Right in here, right in here. You could get a quick, brief tornado spin up. We don't have an active tornado warning for points east of here. But again, that is something we will have to watch for as these storms move towards Hartsville, as they move towards northern areas of Smith County with that particular storm segment. Of course, damaging straight line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour are our primary concern with these storms tonight for most areas. And seeing some very intense winds here on the base velocity view. Let's pull up our little tool here. So we're picking up on damaging winds perhaps in the 70 mile per hour range here along the Wilson County, Sumner County line. This will be riding along central and southern areas of Trousdale County and northeastern areas of Wilson County, north of Lebanon and Tucker's Crossroads, where we will see these lines, these winds push through. So if you're in Trousdale County, really anywhere in Trousdale County, I would definitely take this seriously. While you're not under a tornado warning, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. I would, just to be on the safe side, I'd go to your tornado safe spot if you're in Trousdale County. I'm just going to go ahead and say it, just in case we get a spin up within this. These are very intense winds that are going to be blowing through regardless. And we're pretty close to the radar site here in Nashville, so a lot of this probably is actually reaching the ground. So if you're in Hartsville, anywhere in Trousdale County, I'd be going to the lowest level of your home right now, away from windows, just in case this storm produces a quick tornado spin up. And the way these squall lines work, we can get a quick tornado spin up with little or no warning. Sometimes they can happen in between radar scans. So again, take these severe thunderstorm warnings seriously tonight. If you're in Macon County, Smith County, again, you need to be indoors, away from windows right now, and I would be ready to go to your tornado safe spot in case you need to go there. In case we come under a tornado warning or it's evident we got rotation, be ready to go. Same for Jackson County, same for Clay County. Again, just be ready to go there, but definitely be away from windows right now. These are very intense winds. If you've got a tree near your home, especially on the west side of your home, I would get away from that tree. In case that tree comes down on your home, you don't want it to come down on top of you. Got over 4,000 watching right now. That's maybe a new record for us. So I appreciate all of you tuning in. That number may go up as time goes on, as more warnings are issued. So again, I appreciate you tuning in and trusting me to walk y'all through these storms. Again, I am Anthony Taylor, live in the Upper Cumberland Weather studio. This is what we do when we have severe weather. We cover it for as long as we need to be live. Tonight we'll be live for the entire duration of this line as it moves from west to east. I am well caffeinated, if you can probably tell. we are ready to go for this one. All systems are go, and hopefully we remain good for the rest of the night. Savannah asked about what about Watertown? Watertown got a heavier shower just passed through. It's moving into Alexandria and Brush Creek. But the storm line is just to your west. Damaging straight line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour are possible for the Watertown area within the next 15 minutes or so. But now the heavy activity now crossing Highway 231 into Trousdale County, into western areas of Macon County. So conditions are going to deteriorate rapidly. We do have sky cams further east. We got one in Lafayette, Hermitage Springs. We got a couple in Smith County. So we will be able to watch these views live. Unfortunately, our Skycam site in Lebanon is down right now, so we can't see the live view in Lebanon. Unfortunately, I wish we could right now, but that happens though. But we will again continue watching these as they move towards the east. Again, new severe thunderstorm warning just issued a short while ago for this area you see highlighted. If you're listening on the radio, Macon County, Trousdale County, Smith County. Central and western portions of Jackson County, including Gainsboro, western portions of Clay County, including Hermitage Springs. Again, all of Smith County, all of all of Smith County, all of Trousdale County, all of Macon County, and northwestern portions of DeKalb County, as well as back into Wilson County and eastern Sumner County, included in this severe thunderstorm warning in effect until midnight tonight. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, so you want to be indoors and away from windows as these storms roll through. That tornado warning has been canceled early, so that's some good news there. I am consulting with the National Weather Service chat. They have not said anything new about these storms. I always take no news as good news, but still, again, active severe thunderstorm warning, damaging straight line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour are possible with this storm. So that's Again, our main concern right now, this area I'm highlighting, if you're watching, this is where our most intense winds are currently located. And wow, those colors got a bit brighter there. Let's check out our tool here. That's got to be a blip there. 100 miles per hour. I don't know about that. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds definitely possible here. Let's go to our I'm not seeing a tornado here, but still something we're going to have to watch very closely as these storms move towards the east. But anywhere here in this area I'm circling from Lebanon, really up along Highway 231 up into Trousdale County, we have to watch this area very closely in case we get a tornado spin up in this area. And if we do, it could happen very quickly with little or no warning. Well, we have a severe thunderstorm warning, but we may not have a tornado warning for it. Madeline says, Emily, we are supposed to have tornadoes. Well, I wouldn't say supposed to. I wouldn't say we're supposed to have tornadoes. No, Carthage is not in a tornado warning. No, we do not have a tornado warning in Carthage. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, and there is a tornado possible tag on this warning, so it is possible we can get a tornado spin up within this line. We don't have a bona fide area of rotation that we're seeing right now in the velocity view, the point to say, hey, that is a possible tornado. We don't have that right now, but it is a possibility we could see it spin up. I still want you to be indoors away from windows, though, if you are in Smith County, Trousdale County, Macon County. Again, these are very intense storms. If you have a tree near your home, I would get away from that tree. You don't want it to come crashing down on you. We do have a tornado watch that's in effect for all areas of the Upper Cumberland region. Watch just means conditions are favorable for severe weather. Doesn't mean there's an imminent tornado threat. And that tornado watch does include all of this until 3 a.m. Central, 4 a.m. Eastern. Now, as these storms move from west to east, we will see counties likely removed from that watch. And if you're in Macon County, these storms still have to move through. But your severe threat will end very soon. If you're in western Trousdale County, this is bearing down on you right now, about to move into Hartsville, soon to move into Lafayette. But if you're in these areas, your severe threat will end very soon. So that's the good news, but you still need to hunker down till these storms have passed you. Heavy storm activity right now all across Wilson County along Highway 231 from north to south, including Lebanon. Very intense storm here. A lot of lightning being detected here between 231 approaching Canesville Road. About to cross through areas just north of Noreen. Might be some hail there. That portion of that storm moving towards Brush Creek and Alexandria and Watertown within the next 20 minutes. Again, no active tornado warnings for any part of our coverage area, but we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. And we are looking at velocity very closely tonight for any signs of potential rotation. We could get a quick tornado spin up anywhere along this line. So that is something we're very closely monitoring for in case, again, we do get that tornado spin up. Again, that would not be ideal. So again, we're going to stay with these storms again until they move east of the plateau. So we will be live for a while now. If I'm not talking about your location, if I haven't brought up, Jamestown, for instance, just throwing a location out there, is because the storms have not made it to you yet. You still got probably a couple hours to go. So we're mainly focused on the areas where we have a severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect. But very intense storms moving into Hartsville right now as we speak. Moving into Lafayette here in just a few minutes. So if you're in Lafayette, you need to be indoors right now, away from windows. You're indoors anyway. It's 11 o'clock, 11:20 at night. But you need to be away from windows. And again, like I said, if you got a tree near your home, I would get as far away from that tree as you can, just in case it comes crashing down in your home. We don't want anyone to get hurt tonight by these winds. Again, we're seeing a lot of wind energy here on the velocity view. Clearly can pick out where these strong winds are. 50, 60, upwards of 70 mile per hour winds all along this line, now pushing into Hartsville right now as we speak. So again, you need to be, indoors, away from windows right now. It would not be a bad idea to be in your tornado safe spot, just in case, or at least very near your tornado safe spot, in case you need to get there quickly, because we could get a quick tornado spin up anywhere along this line with little or no warning. And do see a few areas where that could be possible. We're not seeing anything definitive right now. Maybe a little area here just west of Beach Hill, a couple areas here near Hartsville. Another area here northwest of Lafayette. Again, these aren't tornadoes necessarily, but these are areas we would have to watch, though, in case we did get a quick tornado spin up. And it could happen quickly. It could literally happen in between radar scans if we not have any warning, tornado warning anyway. Beth asks, any thoughts on the cap or weekend before these storms reach the plateau? The cap's not going to be an issue for this. We're all going to see strong storms with this line. What about Smithville, McMinnville for rotation? Nothing of concern right now for either of those areas. These storms are still well to your west, but we will watch, again, we'll be watching all these areas very closely as these storms roll through. It's definitely our most significant severe threat we've had so far this year, which isn't saying much. We've not had really many. We've only had a couple potential severe weather scenarios. We had that one the other day, and then like a week or two ago that didn't really pan out to be much of anything. But this is definitely much more significant than what we've seen so far this year, and really what we've seen in a while. You got to go back to last spring since we've had a clear severe weather threat like we have this evening, now currently bearing down on us. Got to watch this area here southwest of Tucker's Crossroads. See this little notching here. We'll see if this next radar scan, well, that is the latest radar scan, okay. Let's look at our velocity view on that one. And yeah, good. This is an area right here where we could have a possible tornado try to form. If we do, this will be moving towards New Middleton. And then perhaps, areas between South Carthage and Gordonsville. Again, not saying there is a tornado here, although it's possible something could form there. Again, southwest of Tucker's Crossroads. Weather Service hasn't said anything about that area there, but again, that is something we'll have to watch closely. If you're in Tucker's Crossroads, may not be a bad idea just to be in your tornado safe spot just in case, or at least very near your tornado safe spot. Anyone inside the yellow polygon, inside the severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be in away from windows right now. And I would be lowest level. You may not have to be in your tornado safe spot right now, but I would definitely be lowest level of your home for sure, ready to go to your tornado safe spot. Still seeing that notch again, southwest of Tucker's Crossroads. That'll be pushing into Tucker's Crossroads, maybe towards New Middleton, Grant, Flat Rock, and then over towards South Carthage and Gordonsville with time. So that's an area we'll have to watch. Again, you can get a spin up there. And this severe thunderstorm warning does cover that possibility. We do have that tornado possible tag with this storm. So this warning does cover the potential for a tornado. If you're wondering, if you hear that in the background, that's Zootopia. Hurricane Hallie, I think, has finally drifted off to sleep. We may have to wake them up here in a bit, though, to at least move them to the other side of the studio. If nothing else, as these storms get closer to where I'm at. I'm in Pleasant Shade, northern Smith County, so these storms will be to me very soon. We got some heavier rain moving into this area, but the wall of wind, though, is just to my west, and pray that we don't lose power here because, well, for one thing, I don't want to have to figure out on the fly how to get back to power. We do have battery backup systems here, so if we do lose power, I'll still be live, but that only buys me a few minutes, though, to get something figured out. We do have a generator, but there's an issue with our breaker box that we've got to get resolved. It's an easy fix, but we got to get a new breaker installed to make our generator plug work so that we can tie in our generator to that plug. And then if power goes out, I can literally just go flip generator on, flip that switch, and then boom, we're good to go. But we're not yet set up for that. We just got the generator not long ago. And again, we just got to get that settled. But hopefully, though, this, if we can, Lord willing, maybe we won't lose power and then we won't have to worry about it. Hopefully, we will have that resolved, though, before our next severe weather threat. We keep going back to the velocity view. We did just have a power surge. So somebody may have just lost power. I'm looking at comments now. Casey says the wind is so bad right now west side of Macon County, and that makes sense because we do have, again, a very intense wall of wind right now. Radar picking up on winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour just northwest of Lafayette, with 60-plus mile per hour winds all along this line here, just about to move into Lafayette. Winds may have backed off just a little bit for Charleston County, but still very strong in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range. and another pocket of very intense winds here east of Lebanon, about to push through Tucker's Crossroads. Let's look at that area that we were watching again. Again, nothing like super like standing out here near Tucker's Crossroads, but that is an area we would definitely watch for a possible tornado spin up if that were to intensify, if we were to get a little bit more spin going there. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that with these new radar scans coming in, because that would that portion of that storm would be moving towards Grant, which Grant is no stranger to tornadoes. We've had a couple in Grant last few years. Weaker tornadoes, but still tornadoes regardless. We'll definitely be watching that segment of the storm. We'll go to our Lafayette sky cam here very soon. It's not really doing much at that site right now, but as soon as these storms start approaching, get a little bit closer, we will go to our Lafayette sky cam and take a look at this as it moves through. Yes, Tucker's Crossroads took a direct hit from the tornado in 2020. Surprised they never rebuilt that gas station there off the Linwood exit. Someone has a black screen. I don't see anybody else reporting that, so I think that's a localized issue for you. So you may want to refresh your feed. We should be rock solid right now, and pray we remain that way. Got no active tornado warnings right now for any portion of our viewing area, but the areas that are under severe thunderstorm warnings, that being a good chunk of our northwestern quadrant here, does have a tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning. And of course, damaging straight line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour are possible. Of course, very intense storm here in eastern Wilson County, pushing into Tucker's Crossroads right now as we speak. This will be moving into western portions of Smith County here momentarily. So Hiawassee Road, Rock City, y'all are my people. That's where I grew up. Grant, New Middleton. Again, conditions are going to deteriorate here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Already deteriorated here in Trousdale County, and soon to deteriorate for Lafayette. Right now, bearing down on Beach Hill, New Harmony, Long Creek, Hayesville, Oakdale, Wickstown, all here in western Macon County, and again, soon to push into Lafayette here momentarily. So we'll go to our Lafayette sky cam. I love this thing. I just got a new Stream Deck as I break it. So I now have all of our cameras in front of me. I used to click through the old-fashioned way, and it was a mess. But we're moving up in the world here in our studio, and hopefully it translates pretty well on screen for what y'all are watching. But let's go again to that view right now from Lafayette. Again, winds have not picked up yet at our Skycam site. This is on the east side of Lafayette at Macon County High School. Watching again as these storms approach from the west. So we will have a front row seat to this storm as it moves through. Now there at the bottom of your screen, that information is not for Lafayette proper. It's from the nearest airport. I want to say Portland's where we're pulling that from, and it only updates once every hour. Now we do have weather instrumentation at our Skycam sites that we can reference. My brother is informing me my stream is perfect now. This is actually 45 minutes ago when he texted me. I'm just now seeing this. Stream is perfect now. Audio is good. That's great. So if you have been here for a while, you know we have been plagued really over the years with just issues. You know, usually it's audio related. But I think, knock on wood, we are. And this is wood. It's very thin wood. We are finally getting all that resolved. Highway 52 hit now by Lafayette Airport, says Josh and Lindsay Cunningham on Facebook. Kayla says power went out here for the second time in Dixon Springs. Dixon Springs is not on top of it yet, but it is very close to Dixon Springs. So again, Lafayette, it is now moving on top of you right now. So downtown Lafayette, you are getting hit. Our Skycam is on the east side of Lafayette at Macon County High School. So this is still about a minute or two away from hitting our Skycam site. But again, we will have a front row seat to this as it moves again over Lafayette here in a moment. Right now, winds are not too terribly strong in Lafayette, at least at our Skycam site. Actually, I don't think we're getting current wind data. I think, well, no, here it goes. Yeah, it's loading. Let's just watch the camera feed. I'm not going to pay as much attention to that for the moment. Watch the storm again as it approaches. because I don't want to miss anything on this live view. Again, this is a live Skycam feed right now from Lafayette. This is on the east side of Lafayette at Macon County High School. They're on the water tower. And we are watching this line of storms again as it moves into Lafayette right now. So if we see any like power flashes or anything, we should have a very good view of that from this vantage point. While we watch that, I am looking at radar as well. Still seeing that little area, that little blip there on radar, a possible, at least a little bit of broad rotation anyway, now moving towards Grant and Flat Rock. Again, nothing definitive there, but it is something we're definitely keeping a close eye on in case that tightens up any. Got another little area of interest moving over Hiwassee right now towards Kenny's Bend. And again, these aren't confirmed tornadoes or anything, not the strongest of rotation we've ever seen, but still just a couple little blips we'll have to watch. Those little blips can quickly spin up and turn into something. Weather Service chat mentions that we're now tornado warning free. That's for the entire area that they cover. Fairly solid convective line with a primary threat now being damaging winds. Cannot rule out the QLCS top tornadoes with a few areas we're monitoring right now. So they are watching for the potential for a spin up. And I'm looking for that too on radar. Again, storm now moving over top of Lafayette right now. We have a live view from the east side of Lafayette, Macon County High School. And we will get a front row seat to this as the storm moves through and does its thing. Radar showing a pretty intense pocket of winds here just north of Lafayette, maybe approaching 75 miles per hour. Now, that's a little bit elevated, 75 to even 80 miles per hour, but that might be elevated, but still maybe 60 to 70 mile per hour winds definitely possible just north of Lafayette. We have 50 to 60 mile per hour winds likely moving into Lafayette right now. And then further south, got a pocket of intense winds now moving into northwestern Smith County, riding along Highway 70 into Rome right now, moving towards Rock City, Hiwassee, 60, maybe 65 mile per hour winds here being detected. Still got a lot of wind across Trousdale County right now, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts across much of the county right now. And this wall of wind will be moving into Carthage within the next probably, I'd say, 10 minutes or so. Pleasant shade within the next 10 minutes. That's where I'm at. So I may have Mrs. Upper Cumberland Weather over there, my wife, and Hurricane Hallie. I may have them move over to the other side of the studio. Just where they're at right now is kind of closer to a window, so I may have them move over here pretty soon. If you can hear me over there, she can hear me. All right. A couple minutes, go to the chair. About 5 minutes, go to the chair. I got the chair on the other side away from the window, so they should be good there. If we have a tornado warning, though, we'll have to go to the closet we have dedicated for our sheltering. So again, right now, live view right now from Lafayette. Winds are picking up now quite a bit. We're on the east side of Lafayette, Macon County High School, looking at the storm live view again of this storm. So we will stay with this view for a bit longer. I'm going to drive the radar on the corner of the screen so we can get a better view of what we're looking at. So y'all can see very intense storm moving into northwestern portions of Smith County right now, southern Trousdale County. Likely some hail with this storm. And this will be, again, moving over top of Hiwassee Road towards Riddleton, Tanglewood areas along Highway 25 towards Monaville. And again, we are seeing that pocket of potentially 65 to 70 mile per hour winds with that storm. Again, I'm driving radar on the right-hand side of your screen there, so y'all can hopefully see that. It might be a little hard to see the community names unless you're watching on like a larger TV or something, but looking further north to Lafayette, that's the view we're looking at from our Skycam view right now. And again, we're watching that storm again as it moves through Lafayette right now, live in real time. Winds have now gusting to 40 miles per hour at our Skycam site here. At least that's what's being detected by the instrumentation there. The anemometer right now at about 33 miles per hour, 27 miles per hour. Could be a bit stronger than that. Again, looks like our largest or biggest core of wind energy right now is actually just to the northeast of Lafayette, near the community of Underwood and White Oak. Might be some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts up that way, but still 50 to 60-mile-per-hour winds possible in the Lafayette area, as well as back towards Beach Hill, approaching Beach Bottom. And again, all this is moving towards the east, towards Red Bowling Springs, Hermitage Springs. You'll be getting all this here in the next probably 15 minutes or so. Again, what you see at the bottom of your screen there, that's from the nearest airport site. That's not from our Skycam site. We will eventually have that integrated. There's just a few technical challenges with getting that integrated into our system here. But anyway, we will, I think, shift gears here in a minute. I'm going to keep this pulled up on my end where I can see this, but I want to go back to radar and show you all these storms again as they continue to move eastward, because I don't want to miss anything here. So if you'll give me a moment, we will go back to radar here in a second. So let's pull that up. Again, do still see a couple areas of interest for potential rotation. One here approaching South Carthage and Carthage, another here, a couple areas here near New Middleton, approaching Gordonsville. Anywhere you see, right in here, really anywhere along this line. If any of that tightens up, we could get a quick tornado spin up. So that's something we're watching for very closely. Nothing concrete right now, but we will have to watch that very closely for a possible tornado threat. But damaging straight line winds are by far our main concern tonight with these storms. And don't discount that threat. Again, we've had several of you reporting, again, very intense storms here. Very intense wind at your location. I know we had some reports in Lafayette and Macon County. Kayla says pretty bad here in Dixon Springs. Y'all are now getting in on this storm right now as we speak. Again, if y'all know of shelters in the area, y'all can comment those on Facebook, YouTube, wherever you're at, to let others know, especially farther east. If you're like Livingston, Cookeville, Sparta, you do still have a little bit of time to get somewhere like that. Do what? Yeah, just to be safe. I'm letting my wife know to take Hurricane Hallie over to the chair I've set up on the other side of the room, just for them to be safe, because these storms are just about to my location in Pleasant Shades. So we're under the severe thunderstorm warning, but just, better safe than sorry, just to make sure a window don't get blown in or something here. Hopefully not. Shouldn't, the way our room is positioned, but again, I want to be better safe than sorry here. So very intense line of storms again now extending from just east of Lafayette, right over top of Lafayette right now, but the worst now pushing east of Lafayette towards Red Bowling Springs, extending down into eastern portions of Trousdale County. Might be some hail here between Shady Grove and Dixon Springs. That will be moving towards Pleasant Shade and my house. Don't like that. And extending further south across western Smith County, from Hiawassee Road down into Rome, Grant, Flat Rock, all getting in on this, and then down into Watertown and Wilson County, into eastern portions of Rutherford County. Not talked about Rutherford County much, but again, storming pretty heavily down that way as well, as these storms push towards Cannon County and Woodbury. So Alexandria is just about to bear down on you. Brush Creek is now reaching you now. New Middleton is just about on top of you, now on top of Riddleton. Again, a wall of wind is really what we're looking at here, but we could have a brief tornado spin up anywhere along this line. Real quick, we'll go back to our Lafayette feed. I know someone said this was giving them motion sickness, so we won't stay on this too long. But again, very intense storm on the east side of Lafayette right now. Thankfully, the worst is just about to move past you here in a few minutes, and your threat will be ending. I can already give, for a very few select areas, an all clear. Sumner County, Davidson County, western areas of Wilson County from Lebanon to points west, and then western Trousdale County almost to Hartsville. I can give you an all clear for the night. So your severe threat has ended. And western areas of Macon County, not Lafayette, but areas along the Sumner County, Macon County line back towards Westmoreland, I'm giving you an all clear as well. But those are the only areas I'm giving an all clear to. Also western Rutherford County, west of Murfreesboro, you have an all clear. But eastern areas, again, no all clears yet. We still have this line of storms to go. So we will, again, continue watching this. Again, as it moves towards the east, damaging straight line winds in excess of 70 to 75 miles per hour are our greatest concern with this line. But we could see an embedded tornado or two. That is very much possible tonight. And if we do, it could come without a tornado warning. It could happen in between radar scans. We do continue to look at our relative velocity view here. This gives us a pretty good view where we might have a tornado spin up. Again, not seeing anything concrete right now, but any areas where we have red next to green, especially, these little blips here, all these have to be watched, again, for potential tightening. But again, not seeing anything definitive right now that would stand out as saying, hey, that might be a tornado. But still damaging straight line winds very much possible along this line. And we'll pull up our base velocity view and inspect these winds. Give this a second to load. There we go. So still seeing pretty decent indications of 60 mile per hour winds really all across western Smith County. No matter where you are, from Brush Creek up into Rock City, approaching Carthage, and approaching Pleasant Shade. And still seeing a lot of wind energy here in northeastern Macon County, approaching Red Bull and Springs, and Hermitage Springs with time. Looks like the strongest storm activity we have right now, at least on the velocity view, would be across western Smith County. Again, moving into Pleasant Shade, Riddleton, and approaching Carthage, Tanglewood, defeated difficult right now. There's a lot of wind energy here concentrated in this area. We'll pull up our Carthage Skycam here in a second and take a look at this as it moves into Carthage. I've got it pulled up over here, just making sure that we do have a live video feed right now from Carthage. Looks like we do. So let's go ahead and take Carthage right now, because this is just about to blow through Carthage any moment now. By the way, you see in the corner of your screen there, we have our UC Weather app. It's free to download. Want to thank our community partners who make the app possible. Also want to thank Nissan of Cookeville, the presenter of our severe weather coverage. If you're a larger business and you have the marketing budget and you want to make sure your marketing dollars are well spent, we are the place. You can clearly see we have high viewership, of course, during severe weather and even on non-severe weather days. Our Skycam network, that's its own sponsorship deal. So again, one big business will take the whole cake there. And you'll get your logo there in the corner of the screen. That's not just during our severe weather coverage, but that's also on our live channel, on our app. So very big opportunity there. We've got a couple more spots left on our app as well. And then, of course, we also have commercial space available on the Upper Cumberland Weather channel. Right now, I'm looking at the winds being detected in Carthage right now. They are definitely picking up at the moment. Our anemometer is mounted a little bit lower on this tower, just because of the way we set it up. But at the level it's set right now, we're seeing winds about 25 to 30 miles per hour, but maybe getting a bit stronger than that, though. So again, we will stay on this view for those watching. For listening on the radio, again, we're looking at a live view right now from Carthage as a wall of wind and very heavy rains about to push through right now. Again, it's our Skycam site in Carthage right now. See a lot of lightning being detected here. Very intense storm blowing through Carthage as we speak. Of course, got all my family's in Carthage for the most part. It's where I'm from. So, of course, I have a vested interest. It's over top of me right now in Pleasant Shade. So far, so good here. Hopefully, we stay that way. So, I think winds are a bit stronger than what our anemometer is picking up on here in Carthage. Again, I remind you at the bottom of the screen, that's, I think, coming from the Lebanon airport, but that might have been like an hour ago. So don't pay too much attention to that. We will eventually integrate the live data from our Skycam sites. Very intense winds now in Carthage right now. I think our anemometer is a little bit off, but I think it's also because of the way it's mounted. It's also one of our oldest weather station setups we have in the area. It's actually the very first one we put up, and then we're still on the old hardware. So a lot of this is due for replacement. We may have just lost our Carthage feed. Well, no, there he goes. We got it back. So this is the scene right now in Carthage. Very, very intense storm overhead right now. Of course, very, very strong winds and a very intense rain. Might have some hail in Monaville right now. And again, this storm line extends again from Red Bowling Springs, now entering Red Bowling Springs, down across, of course, all of central Smith County from north to south, from Pleasant Shade to Carthage to Gordonsville. Gordonsville now getting in on this, down into Brush Creek, now entering Alexandria and approaching Liberty. And farther south, almost into Woodbury, across central portions of Cannon County. And again, all this activity is moving towards the east at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So very fast-moving storms. I would not be surprised if we see a new severe thunderstorm warning issued pretty soon, probably, for like the Cookeville area, Livingston, Salina, as these storms get towards the eastern edge of this existing warning polygon. Again, we have my apologies, I got a frog in my throat. I had to mute myself real quick. I didn't want that going out, especially on the radio. Golly. I got really choked there for a second. Ooh, I need some water. Again, my apologies for that. Anyway, so we're continuing to watch this line as it moves towards the east. If you're in Cookeville, Livingston, Dale Hollow Lake, Baxter, point south towards Smithville, Sparta. Still got a little ways to go. Cookeville area, probably about 45 more minutes before these storms arrive. So probably looking at anywhere from, I say, about 12:30 a.m. Right now it's 11:48, so we're getting pretty close to the midnight hour. We've been live for a while now. We've been live for, I don't know, quite an hour and a half yet. We've been live for a while. Someone says siren to McMinnville. McMinnville is notorious for sounding the siren for severe thunderstorm warnings, of which we do have. It looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, that might have been issued a little bit ago. I missed that one. But severe thunderstorm warning for much of Warren County, including McMinnville. That's in effect until 12:45 a.m. And the same information with that, damaging winds in excess of 70 miles per hour, and that considerable damage threat. They do not have the tornado possible tag on that, so that's some good news. But we're looking still at a live view right now from Carthage. Again, this storm is right over top of Carthage. That's why we have this pulled up right now. Very intense storm overhead. This is now pushing into eastern portion of Smith County from Kentville down to Chestnut Mountain, Elmwood. Lancaster about to get in on this. Also Temperance Hall, Liberty. And farther south, the storms extend from Liberty down into Woodbury, down into Wartrace in Coffee County, or excuse me, Bedford County. So McMinnville, you still probably have about 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes before the worst of these storms arrive to you. Smithville, probably another 10 to 15 minutes. Gainesboro, another probably 15 minutes or so. Hermitage Springs, these are just about to you. Let's flip over to our Hermitage Springs Skycam and take a look there. We'll give this a second to load. That's a cached image from earlier tonight. But we will give that a second to load the latest imagery. There we go. That's the current image right now from Hermitage Springs. Not a lot to see. Just some lighter rain right now, but it's about to pick up pretty intensely again as this moves through. The worst of this pushes through. And we'll take a look at radar here in a second. Right now, it looks like the heaviest winds, strongest winds are concentrated across eastern Smith County. Let's take a look at that on radar. So all these yellows you see here from Defeated down to Carthage, Gordonsville, Hickman, very likely straight line winds, potentially in the 60 to 70 mile per hour range, maybe even exceeding 70 mile per hour. Now, these are winds aloft, so this isn't, winds at the surface level, but I would still say a lot of this wind energy probably is making it to the ground. So if you're in Gordonsville, Elmwood, Defeated, it is very windy right now. It's the wall of wind pushing through. And these storms will continue to move towards the east. So again, you want to be indoors away from windows as these storms move through. Again, this is what we do here. We stay live for severe storms, and I will be live for a while. Dakota asked, how hard do you think Monterey will get hit? I have no idea how hard Monterey will get hit. I don't. I really don't. The storms will be strong as they push through Monterey, and we could see something similar to what we're seeing here to the west. Again, this threat of severe weather is for all areas of the Upper Cumberland. So, again, you got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued, though. This now includes all of Clay County, all of Jackson County, western and central Overton County, including Livingston and Rickman and Allens. A good chunk of Putnam County from Baxter, Gentry, Baxter, Cookeville, all good. And then all of DeKalb County now included in severe thunderstorm warnings, all of Cannon County and almost all of Warren County. But the new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Putnam County is in effect until 12:30 a.m. Damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour possible. So the Weather Service has backed down just a bit. Now messaging potential for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. They have removed the tornado possible tag, so that's good news. So as of right now, not seeing any indications of at least anything to necessarily worry about at the moment of a potential tornado spin up. So we hope that remains the case. But again, as we've been messaging, damaging straight line winds being the main concern tonight. And that's what we want to be on guard for. So, again, if you are anywhere in the yellow polygon, if you're watching this or in the counties that I just called out, if you're listening on the radio, again, you want to be, I would be in the lowest level of your home away from windows right now as these storms blow through. Again, we're not looking at an imminent tornado threat by any means right now. But damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour can definitely cause problems. I would be away from trees. If you got trees near your home, a tree, for instance, that could fall on your home, possibly, I would get away from it just to be safe. That latest reflectivity scan shows a bit of a notch here, southwestern Jackson County, right over top of Granville. Let's go to our Granville Skycam real quick and pull that up, because I want to see the current view there. Looks like, okay, that Skycam is actually down right now. That's a shame. Back to radar we go. Or actually, we are on radar. Sorry, I pulled it up over here, but I didn't have it for y'all. So, but that Skycam is down right now. But that's an area we're going to have to watch, though, in case we see something to try to spin up there. Again, seeing it on the reflectivity view, we're looking at velocity as well, see if we see any potential rotation in that area. Definitely a lot of wind approaching Granville right now, so we wonder if we have a power outage in this area, because our Chestnut Mound, the Skycam we have between Elmwood and Chestnut Mound's also down right now, so I almost wonder if we have a power outage in this area. Very intense winds you can see here on the velocity view. Again, these are elevated winds aloft, approaching 70 miles per hour or even stronger than that. So at least 60 mile per hour winds very likely translating at the surface, which can cause damage. That can toss a trampoline pretty easily. It could cause some roof damage, could bring down trees, definitely cause power outages. So that's what we're looking at. And again, we're still watching that little area there over top of Granville. We got a new radar scan coming in. I'm curious to see if that still shows this little blip here. Again, it's still seeing that little feature there. Again, continuing to reference the velocity view, relative velocity, looking at base velocity. So we'll just keep an eye on that. Granville actually just popped back up. We got Granville back. So let's look at our Granville Skycam as the storm moves overhead. Very intense storm over Granville right now. And again, I remind you, the information at the bottom of your screen, that's from the nearest airport. I think I have that pointed at the Livingston Airport, I'm pretty sure. We do have weather instrumentation in all of our Skycam sites. It's just integrating it into our channel here. There will be a few technical things with that to make that work. It is something we want to do and probably can do. I know we can. It's just going to take some time to implement that. But it is something I would like to do soon. But again, not a whole lot more to see in Granville other than just a mess. So we'll return to radar again. Again, new severe thunderstorm warning issued just a little bit ago. It includes the eastern portion of Macon County, including Red Bull and Springs, includes all of Clay County, all of Jackson County, central and western Overton County, central, northern, and western Putnam County, including Cookeville, Allgood, and Baxter, and the northern portions of DeKalb County. Got another severe thunderstorm warning for central and southern DeKalb County, much of Warren County, all of Cannon County, back in the far eastern Rutherford County, and that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until I believe 12:45 a.m. The severe thunderstorm warning for Putnam, Overton, and all those counties is in effect until 12:30 a.m. And if you're watching this, and I'm being very descriptive here, we're on the radio right now. So if you lose power, you can hop over to radio. Terrestrial radio, 94.7 The Country Giant, 98.5 KISS FM, 106.1 The Eagle, and 107.7 Grace FM, all simulcasting our coverage right now. So if you lose power, again, that option is there for you. We have, thankfully, we have not, what's going on here? What are we doing? All right, never mind. I was looking at a comment there. It's kind of weird in the chat. I lost my train of thought completely there. But again, watching this active severe thunderstorm warning, again, as these storms move towards the east, now moving out of Smith County. I remember what I was going to say. Did not lose power here. Knock on wood. We are not without power here. We still have power where I'm at, Pleasant Shade. Conditions have rapidly calmed down as the worst has moved east of my location. So, Lord willing, we will hopefully maintain power for the rest of our coverage here. Storm now on top of Hermitage Springs. We'll go back to our Skycam there. Again, probably won't see a whole lot here, but we'll at least pull that up and reference it. Again, it's a very intense storm over Hermitage Springs right now at this moment. We'll go to Salina here momentarily. Let's go to Gentry. Let's go to Gentry. I have to do it manually. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll do it this way. We will pull it up inside Radar Omega. Our Gentry Skycam, far western Smith County, or far western Putnam County, excuse me, getting tongue-tied tonight. Pretty intense winds right now, already in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range. Again, that's the live view right now from Gentry. Let me clear off our graphics here. And we'll just go full screen with that view for the moment. So right now, the winds are now moving again into Gentry as we speak. Rain picking up quite a bit. And again, this is what will be moving into Baxter and Cookeville here within the next probably 15 minutes or so for Cookeville, probably next 10 minutes or so for Baxter. Again, our Skycam site here picking up on winds of about 20 to 30 miles per hour in Gentry right now. Again, that's your live view. Back to RAR again. Again, the edge of the storm is just now moving into Gentry. So we will go back to that camera here in just a minute and see how things might have changed as the storm is directly overhead. Did have the severe thunderstorm warning removed for western Smith County, Trousdale, and western Macon County, so your threat has ended. So if you're in Carthage, Pleasant Shade, back towards Rock City, if you're in the Hartsville area, anywhere in Trousdale County, if you're in western Macon County up into Lafayette, you're good to go for the rest of the night. You can go on to bed. You are good to go. Now, winds will remain pretty strong out there. The wind advisory continues, I believe, until 7 a.m. still. So we will have to deal with that. You know, wind gusts up to 40 to 45 miles per hour still possible. Temperatures are going to drop, too, like a rock. We'll be down to the 30s in the morning and probably staying in the 30s throughout much of our Monday. It's now midnight, by the way. I guess I need to do a station ID thing for the radio. I think that's a thing every hour. So it's midnight now. I'm Anthony Taylor live in the Upper Cumberland Weather Studio. You're listening to live continuous coverage, watching on social media and listening on the radio to 94.7 The Country Giant, 98.5 KISS FM, 106.1 The Eagle, and 107.7 Grace FM. Again, as we continue to monitor a line of strong to severe storms pushing through the Upper Cumberland region right now, Putnam County under a severe thunderstorm warning, western portions of Overton County, all of Jackson County, all of Clay County, eastern Macon County, far eastern Smith County, northern, or really rather all of DeKalb County, got 2 separate warnings there, down into Warren County, all of Camden County as well under severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's check out DeKalb County. Let's look at Smithville. Let's go to our Skycam site there. I forget I have this stream deck in front of me. It's very it's awesome to have. So we will pull up our Skycam site in Smithville. Got a few different sites here. This is looking at the square. You can see wind picking up here quite a bit. Got a little feature southwest of Smithville that bears watching, where we could have a little rotation trying to get going. That's something we'll have to keep a very close eye on. You can easily get a tornado spin up within these squall line situations. But winds definitely beginning to pick up right now in Smithville. Now gusting anywhere from 25 to 35 miles per hour at this site in particular. We have another Skycam site, but I think we're going to stay on this one. This gives a little bit better view of the square. And you can see that flag there really whipping in the wind there on the square. Again, we're looking at the courthouse in Smithville. Looks like our tornado watch may have been, or excuse me, we got a severe thunderstorm watch. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure when that was issued. It looks like it was issued about 20 minutes ago. So sorry for missing that, Roane and Scott counties, but definitely a severe thunderstorm watch for y'all. So again, that is the current view from Smithville. We'll look at our other Smithville camera. This is very near that downtown cam. And we'll give that a second to load. The latest view right now. Looks like our Gentry camera just went down, so could have a power outage there. I'm not sure. But that's a live view right now from Smithville. Again, very intense storm rolling overhead. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for the Smithville area until 12:45 a.m. These storms now moving into Warren County, Centertown, Stewart Chapel, Bratcher's Crossroads. Conditions deteriorating for y'all, eastern portions of Camden County. So McMinnville will go to your Skycam here shortly as these storms get closer to you. Again, right now looking at Smithville. Right now as these storms are overhead, heavy activity right now over Gentry, Buffalo Valley, moving into Baxter here in the next couple of minutes. Baxter, you'll see what we're seeing here in Smithville. You'll see this in Baxter. It's over top of Gainesboro right now, from Whitleyville down to Nameless, Gainesboro. All in seeing winds really pick up right now. Very intense rain, maybe some hail embedded here near Haydenburg, Cub Creek. Actually, we can let's look at, well, let's stay on the Smithville view for a bit. Again, this is better than radar. We can actually see the storm as it's happening right now. Winds have peaked at almost 40 miles per hour at our Skycam site here. May actually be a bit stronger than that. Clearly a very intense storm over Smithville right now. This is why we say, we want to be indoors. You want to be away from windows. And quite frankly, away from any trees near your home in case a tree comes crashing down. Because a very intense storm, you don't want a tree to fall on your home or a window to bust out. So again, this is just a really intense storm over Smithville right now. This same scenario is playing out right now for western Putnam County, over top of Center Hill Lake, across much of central Jackson County right now, up into Gainesboro, Whitleyville, and then approaching Midway, western Clay County. You're getting this too. So all this, again, continue to move towards the east. These storms are moving east at about 45 miles per hour. So they've slowed down just a little bit. Again, as they continue to march eastward. So Livingston, Cookeville, you are included in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. All good in a severe thunderstorm warning. You've got about probably 15 to 20 minutes before these storms arrive to you. Maybe about 25 more minutes for Livingston, give or take 5 minutes. If you're watching in Jamestown, Crossville, you still got a little over an hour to go before these storms reach you. Pikeville, same for you. McMinnville, your conditions are about to deteriorate very soon. If we look at radar real quick, again, it's hard not to, I really want to show these Skycam views, but at the same time, I understand that we need to also show radar as well, because I know we got a lot of people watching in different areas, so we want to make sure we're covering everyone. It's just when we have a storm moving over a Skycam site, it's hard not to look at it, We've got the camera views, and we want to take advantage of them, full advantage of them. Got Skycam sites, Salina. Got one here in Center Grove here, southeastern Jackson County. Got one in Baxter we're going to look at here in just a second. So we'll go to those views here momentarily. We just looked at Smithville. Again, as we look at radar, I'm also looking at the velocity view as well to see how our winds are faring. Now, the farther away from the radar site we get, the radar beam here is this green dot. That's Old Hickory. That's just to the northwest of Mount Juliet. So the farther out we get, the higher up we're looking due to the curvature of the earth. So we're looking a few thousand feet up here in Gainesboro, Baxter, but a lot of this wind energy likely is, as we can see clearly from our Skycam sites, making it down to the surface level. So 50 to 60 mile per hour winds definitely very likely from Center Hill Lake up into Baxter, Gainesboro, and into Hermitage Springs, just east of approaching Salina. Also looking for any signs of potential rotation. Do have an area here south of Smithville. That right there's got my attention here, south of Midway. That is moving towards Darky Springs, Shady Grove, areas west of Sparta. Sparta not included in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but that is moving again your direction. Another little area here south of Center Hill Lake. Again, so these little blips here, we got to really watch closely in case we get a quick spin up. Again, not saying there's a tornado happening there, but again, we got to watch that very closely. That neither severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now has a tornado possible tag, but it's still something we're watching for very closely. Let's go to our, I think our Baxter. Tell you what, let's do this. Let's go. Don't think we're getting a live feed from Baxter right now. Let me try reloading it. There we go. That's a live feed. Let's go to Baxter. Scene right now in Baxter. It's intense. Very intense storm over top of Baxter right now. Camera really shaking right now. Let's see what those winds are doing. Looks like we're sustained at about 30 to 40 miles per hour right now. And again, I repeat this for all of our sites. Could be a bit stronger than that. So again, very intense storm over top of Baxter. So this is what's moving towards Cookeville. So if you're watching in Cookeville, this is moving your way. It's already raining in Cookeville right now. But again, this heavy storm you see here on our Skycam view, this is what is moving into the Cookeville area. In these situations, we're going to be bouncing back and forth quite a bit because we cover a pretty broad area. And we have severe thunderstorm warnings all along this line. This is kind of what I anticipated would happen. So it's hard to, talk about every area at one time. We've got McMinnville. The storm's about to bear down on you. Back into Morrison, had somebody mentioned there at the Bridgestone plant earlier. These storms moving your way here very soon. Moving into eastern portions of DeKalb County. Of course, now moving through Baxter as we speak. We're watching that view. Looks like we had a wind gust of 42 miles per hour, but again, that could be off a little bit. It's just something we'll have to watch for. Very, very windy right now in Baxter. Again, camera really, really bumping right now here in Baxter. And this is all moving into Cookeville here very soon. Also extending up into eastern Jackson County, it's east of Gainesboro. Maybe through Center Grove right now, towards Dodson Branch. And then extending up into western portions of Clay County, about to move into Salina. So those are the areas under the gun here in the next few minutes. Cookeville, these storms will be to you probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes. All good. Same for you. Livingston within the next probably 15 to 20 minutes. Dale Hollow Lake, these storms will be moving over top of you here pretty soon, next 15 minutes or so. Again, all this activity moving towards the east. But again, that's what's happening in Baxter right now. Let's go back to radar again. If we want to, again, continue to talk about all these different areas. Here's McMinnville, current radar view here. Very intense rain. Of course, a lot of wind energy here across northwestern Warren County. Extending up into eastern DeKalb County, over Center Hill Lake, Midway. Again, into Baxter, Bloomington Springs, into Jackson County, approaching Dodson Branch. Baptist Ridge getting in on this now. Midway, Moss here in Clay County. Soon moving to Salina. And again, damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour are the primary concern with this line. But we are watching for the potential of a quick spin-up tornado anywhere within this line. I'm going to turn off that severe thunderstorm watch off of the radar image because that's probably confusing some folks. Let's look at our velocity view again. I'm going to mute myself for a second to get a cough in. Goodness, I don't know what's got in my throat. I don't know if it's from talking so much. Got a tickle in my throat though. Hey, y'all are good, by the way. I'll go back to the couch. Got my wife and Hurricane Hallie here on the other side of the studio. I sent them to the other side of the room as these storms blew through our location in northern Smith County, but the threat has passed for us. So they can go back to the couch now. Couch is closer to a window, so we want them to be safe. But seeing a lot of really high winds. Now, these winds are several thousand feet up off the ground. Radar cannot see the surface level here in these areas, but I'd say at least 50 to 60 mile per hour winds are translating at the surface with these storms. Anywhere you see these yellows, those are 60, 70, maybe even 80 mile per hour winds being detected aloft, you know, a few thousand feet above the ground with this line. So let's reset for a moment, then we'll look at some additional Skycam sites. We'll definitely want to look at Salina here in a second, and then we also want to look at McMinnville. But this line of storms now extends from just west of Salina down into Dodson Branch, eastern portions of Jackson County, quickly moving into the Cookeville area here, central portions of Putnam County, down into eastern DeKalb County, just east of Smithville, approaching the White County line, and then down into Warren County, now moving into the McMinnville area. All this is moving towards the east at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. Probably likely to get some new severe thunderstorm warnings here very soon. Right now, eastern portions of Clay County, western portions of Overton County, central portions of Putnam County, eastern DeKalb County, and then much of Warren County in severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We will again likely see these warnings extended farther east here in a bit. Looking at the National Weather Service chat right now, they are typing, so we'll see what they have to say. But let's pull up our Salina Skycam right now for those watching. If you're wondering why I say for those watching, we are simulcasting to the radio right now. So if you're listening, I appreciate you joining us on 94.7 The Country Giant, 98.5 KISS FM, 106.1 The Eagle, and 107.7 Grace FM, all simulcasting our coverage tonight. So if you were to lose power, or if you know someone or yourself don't have great cell service where you're at, either because you lose power or whatever the case may be, don't have great internet, you can listen to us on the radio as a backup option. Again, watching Salina right now, a very intense storm moving in Salina right now. Very, very intense. A lot of lightning embedded here. And we've seen winds very, very strong right now in Salina. Just a hellacious storm, excuse my language, moving into Salina right now. Very, very intense, moving towards Dale Hollow Lake. So if you're in the Dale Hollow Lake area, again, you want to be indoors. You definitely want to be away from windows as this moves through. Anywhere under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, you want to be, again, away from windows. Again, this is a nasty wind here, nasty, nasty storms. You don't want to be in position for a tree to come down in your home. That would not be good news. So if you got a tree near your home, I'd get away from it. I'd be away from windows, again, just until this thing passes. Lowest level, again, not looking at an active tornado threat here. But still, regardless, you want to be away from windows. Again, very intense storms right now, as we're seeing. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming very soon. The National Weather Service has indicated they are about to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning. This will be including White County, Van Buren County, and Grundy counties will be included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. So your weather radio, your weather alerts app, those will soon be going off. By the way, download our app if you don't already have it. UC Weather. If you have wind damage, Henry Brothers Roofing, you can see there on your screen. Give them a call if you got wind damage to your roof. Or maybe just have, you want to get a new roof in general. You need a new roof, or you want to get it fixed, whatever the case may be, give them a call. They're licensed and insured, one of the only roofing companies in the region that can say that. 5-star Google review. Perfect 5-star rating. You don't really find that with anyone. So definitely the best in the business in this area. So be sure, again, there's a number there, 931-854-1027, 1027. Again, very appreciative of them, Citizens Bank, and the Quality family there for all supporting our app. Their support allows me to be here in this capacity full time. So here in a moment, we'll pull up our Cookeville Skycam. These storms are now bearing down on the Cookeville area as we speak. Also, McMinnville will go to your Skycam as well. Again, we're just hopping all over the place right now. We've got a lot to look at tonight. Again, this is a very long line of storms, not just for us. This extends down into Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Shoot, this extends down into southwestern Mississippi, down into Louisiana, and then into northern Kentucky. So this is a very extensive line of storms, and we're right in the middle of it. But let's go back. Let's go to our Cookeville Skycam right now. You can see the camera really shaking now as the storm moves over top of Cookeville as we speak. Got a lot of different Skycams we can look at. Again, it's in a situation like this where we have these very fast-moving storms. They're almost maybe too fast for me to even get to all of our Skycams, which is a great problem to have, mind you. That's actually a good problem to have, because we're saturated with Skycams, and that's wonderful. We still have a few areas I'd like to get Skycams in, but we have definitely by far the most robust network of Skycams, probably anywhere in the country, for a region of our size and population. It's really crazy that we have this here. But again, very strong winds blowing into Cookeville right now as we speak. Some hail embedded here likely as well. So again, that is the current scene in Cookeville as we speak. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll hop over and look at that real quick. New severe thunderstorm warning. This is for eastern Clay County over into Pickett County. This is for all of Overton County, all of Fentress County, and now central and eastern Putnam County. So all of Putnam County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. And this new severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until, I believe, 1:15 a.m. Central Time. So 1:15 a.m. Damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour continue to be the primary concern with this line as it continues to move towards the east. And pulling up some additional details on this warning, storms moving towards the east about 45 miles per hour. Farther south, severe thunderstorm warning, again for White County, Van Buren County, and all of Warren County now included in a severe thunderstorm warning. I think our McMinnville Skycam site, no, that's up. Let's look at McMinnville. Again, it's the same scene we've seen repeated all across the region. Very intense winds moving through right now, very heavy rain. Again, very active situation. I got over 5,000 people watching right now. I think that's a record for us. So I do appreciate all of you tuning in. If you're watching on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button. It's very appreciated. Would really love to get to 10,000 subscribers. we're right there at it. We more than doubled our subscribers last year, went from 4,000 to 8,000. So I'd love to get to that 10,000 marker and just keep growing that out. We got more than 74,000 following on Facebook. Most followed media entity in the region. Very appreciative of that. Let's got a new tornado warning. We'll look at that. This is not in our viewing area. This is just to our north, but we will look at it real quick for anyone watching in Albany, Kentucky. I'll pull up some details on that radar indicated rotation here for Clinton County, southeastern Monroe County, and southeastern Cumberland County. That being Kentucky's Cumberland County, not ours in Tennessee. But that tornado warning is in effect until 1 a.m. Central Time. So anywhere in that red polygon you want to be getting to your tornado safe spot now. You might be listening to us on the radio up that way. I know definitely for sure 94.7 reaches up this way. So Paytonsburg, Kettle up to Albany, 76. Again, you want to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Again, as this storm moves overhead. Tornado warning again in effect till 1 a.m. You want to be getting to the lowest level of your home. An interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let me fix our radar there in the corner of the screen. Sorry about that. We were looking at that earlier. I want to make sure we have that fixed for y'all. So that's a more broader regional level of the radar. So again, tornado warning just to our north. So Salina, Burrstown, this does not impact you. Your weather radio may have gone off for that. Your phone might be going off for that. But you're not included in that tornado warning. But seeing some bowing going on here from Dale Hollow Lake down to Livingston, all good here on radar. So definitely worried about damaging straight line winds occurring in this area. Very possible. So Livingston, we don't have a Skycam in Livingston. We did have one in Allens. Let's see if we can get Allens pulled up here in a second. And we'll go to Allens, take a look at the live view there. I had Cookville pulled up over here. There's not really a whole lot more to see than we were looking at earlier. So, again, just blowing rain and the camera shaking a bit. Really what we're seeing at all of our Skycam sites tonight. Again, we have a linear storm mode like this with a long line of storms extending, from north to south all across our region. It's a lot to keep up with. So if I'm not talking about your area, it's not that I'm ignoring you. It's just we quite literally just have a lot to talk about. We covered McMinnville, Sparta, Cookville, Livingston, Salina, and then areas east and west. So again, a lot to talk about here. I want to give some love to our southern areas, though. Our Allen Skycam is down right now. I will try to get Rickman going, though, southern Overton County. While we do that, though, let's take a look at these storms here approaching Sparta. Again, same deal for y'all. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1:15 a.m. for damaging straight line wind potential in excess of 60 miles per hour. This extends down to McMinnville. So Irving College, Spring Creek, Cedar Grove, Spencer, you're all included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Your conditions will be deteriorating just like all these other areas very soon. Same for Sparta. Quickly, we'll go look at right now southern Overton County as the storm bears down on you. And again, same thing we've been seeing everywhere. Intense winds, intense rain. Again, all these storms are continuing to march towards the east. So hopping back over to radar again. Again, share this stream if you don't mind, your friends and family, especially if you have friends and family along the plateau, because that's where these storms are heading next. It's very appreciated. Again, do appreciate all of you tuning in. If you own a business, want to support us, again, you see our app. We have a few premier partners on our app, Citizens Bank, the Quality Family, and Henry Brothers Roofing. Very thankful for all of them and their support of what we do here. We have a couple more spots on our apps. If you got a larger business like those, and you got a marketing budget, got some dollars you want to spend, you want to make sure those dollars are well spent, our app is definitely the place to do it. I know the partners we have there are very, very happy with what they're getting, and we would like to add a couple more. It supports what we're doing here, allows me to be here in a full-time capacity. Nissan of Cookville, very thankful to them for presenting our severe weather coverage. They got some spring and a savings event going on right now. A lot of good deals on vehicles. So if you're looking to trade, now's the time. A lot of great deals on new Nissans. That's what my wife and I drive. And we were driving them before they came on board with us. So we bought several vehicles from them over the last few years before they were ever on board with us in this capacity. So again, check them out if you're in the market. And if, our Skycam network, is another opportunity that is available. So where it says Live Skycam Network there in the corner of the screen, that could be your business. If you've got a larger business, you want to see your name there. We got 40 Skycams all across the region. Nothing like it in the entire country for a region of this size. And that'll carry over to our app, the UC Weather app, our live severe storm coverage, and our Upper Cumberland Weather channel. More than half our programming is just our Skycams. So a ton of exposure there. If that is something that interests you, definitely reach out to us. But going back to radar again, just a messy radar image. A very intense line of storms, very easy to pick out here. Now over top of Dale Hollow Lake, approaching the Pickett County line, being to Byrdstown here in the next 10 minutes, impacting Livingston right now, Rickman. Worst is passing through Cookeville right now, so conditions will begin to improve pretty soon for Cookeville. So Monterey, you're next in line for this. And then farther south, moving into Sparta here very soon. I will punch up our Sparta tower cam, or sky cam here in a second. But northern areas of White County near the airport, back into Shady Grove, Darky Springs, Midway, and down into McMinnville. Very intense storm over top of McMinnville right now. And all this, again, continuing to move towards the east at about 45 miles per hour. I am going to put a broad storm track on all of this. If you will give me just a second to do that. And we will track these storms as they continue to move towards the east, give you some estimated times of arrival here. If I can get this to cooperate. So 45 miles per hour is the speed, and we want to do a custom draw path. There we go. So we will move this towards the east about 45 miles per hour. This will give some ETAs for all the locations you see listed. So let me make this larger, and we will go through these. So Monterey, 1241. Bon Air at 1241. Pleasant Hill, 1248. Bowman at 1258. These times are central. Spencer at 1258. Clark Range at 1 a.m. Crossville, 1 a.m. Lake Tansy at 1:01 a.m. Grimsley at 1:05 a.m. Fairfield Glade at 1:09. Now, as we get later into these ETAs, give or take maybe 10 to 15 minutes, this is a rough estimate. Crab Orchard at 1:12, Pikeville at 1:15 a.m., Jamestown 1:16, and then going on down Sunbright at 2:26 Eastern Time, Rockwood 2:27, Wartburg at 2:30 Eastern, and then on down to Oneida at 2:46 a.m. Eastern Time. Those are some rough estimates. Again, as we get later into those ETAs, add a little bit more time to that, or even take away. I say add a little bit more time. Thinking those are some rough estimated times of arrival as these storms continue to move towards the east. So Crossville got about 30 more minutes to go. Sparta is on top of you right now. So we'll go to our Sparta Skycam and look at the current view there as these storms, again, move across your area. Again, seeing the same thing we've seen at other locations. Not seeing any traffic right now, which again it is 12:30 in the morning, so I wouldn't expect to see much traffic, but good to see nobody's really out on the road right now, so that's good. Again, it's a linear storm mode right now, so really just looking at a damaging straight line wind threat at this point. There is still a low wind potential for a spin-up tornado, but as these storms continue to move eastward, that threat is diminishing a bit. So really more concerned about damaging straight line winds at this point. But still, we want you to take it. Look how many, just look at that real quick. Let me move over to something else so we can show that real quick. All these severe thunderstorm warnings, all these yellow polygons, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. It's a ton of, oh wow, that's interesting. That's a weird view. Let's get off of that. But as these storms continue to move towards the east, we're getting further and further away from the radar site in Nashville. So just all these yellows, those are winds aloft right now. So not all of this wind energy is making it to the surface, but above us though, a few thousand feet above us, winds are blowing at about 70 to 80 miles per hour, just racing above us right now. And some of that is translating at the surface level. Again, that potential for straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour all along this narrow line from McMinnville to Sparta. Actually, when I was looking at that radar view, y'all didn't see that. I forgot we're still in the Sparta camera. Still got some people driving in this. I would not be driving in this right now. If you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, you should not be on the road right now. You need to be really ideally inside, indoors right now. away from windows until the threat passes you by. Are we not on Facebook right now, or just we got a lot of people commenting on YouTube at the moment? Because I'm not seeing any Facebook comments come in. Let me know if you can still see us on Facebook. I'm not sure why we're not seeing Facebook comments come in. I'm going to check that out real quick. I think we're still live. Yeah, we're still live on Facebook. I don't know why my Facebook comments are not working on here. I'm going to refresh this. Someone commented power out in Baxter. Not surprised at all by that. I'm putting out an update on Facebook real quick, resharing our stream. Still several thousand of you watching right now. I appreciate you tuning in. We're also simulcasting on the radio. You can find us on YouTube right now. YouTube's really the ideal way, or Hub Plus on Roku if you got a Roku device or Roku TV. My brother says Facebook comments this time not gets hung up. He would know. He works for one of our community partners, Coletco. They've been with us for a very long time. They do live sales, live record sales almost every night. Again, we're still looking at a live view from Sparta right now. Conditions deteriorating in Sparta by the moment. Very intense winds over top of Sparta right now. That's why we're looking at this live video feed. You can see radar in the corner of your screen where the storms are currently located. Really all along Highway 111 for the most part, if you want to use that as a good reference point. Moving into Byrdstown right now. Eastern areas of Overton County, including Allred, Crawford, soon to move into Monterey. Again, we really like the Sparta camera because it's looking, it's downtown. It's at the courthouse. Looking up, it's a really good view right there. And then on into Eastern Warren County and approaching Spencer here in the next probably 10 minutes or so. So Spencer, you'll be getting in on this. Bon Air, just about on top of you here momentarily. Let's look at radar again, though. I want to make sure we're showing radar and all the things. Just a ton to look at tonight. While we do that, I'm going to pull up our Skycam in Monterey, and we'll go to that here in just a moment. We'll get that one loaded in, though. It takes a second for these feeds to load into the way we got things set up here. It caches the video feed from like 10, 15 minutes ago, so sometimes even longer ago than that. So that's why I go ahead and preload those Skycam feeds before we show them to you on air. But Byrdstown, again, this is just about to you. Damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour possible here across eastern Overton County. Now moving into the Monterey area, on into southern and eastern portions of White County, so Bon Air, Doyle, Quebec, down into eastern Warren County. Hey, there's my Facebook comments. Got Facebook comments back. Cool. All right. Again, no active tornado warnings. We've not had a tornado warning in a while. In fact, none of our immediate, primary coverage areas have had a tornado warning so far this evening. We did have one west of us. So there's the current scene in Monterey. Very intense winds now in Monterey right now as we speak. So again, you want to be away from windows right now, again, as these storms blow through your area. Again, you can see the camera really shaking in the wind here. Very intense winds right now, again, upwards of 60 miles per hour possible up and down this line, no matter where you are. If you're in Byrdstown, if you're in eastern Overton County, in the Monterey area, here eastern Putnam County, eastern portions of White County, you're next in line for this, eastern and southeastern Warren County. So Spencer, you're minutes away from this. Cedar Grove here in western Van Buren County, eastern portions of White County, Bon Air, about to get in on this. Cumberland County, you got some shower activity right now. We've not talked about Cumberland County at all so far, but you're next in line for this. So Pleasant Hill, got a decent shower over you right now, but by far the heaviest activity still to your west. You've got about probably, I'd say 5 to 10 more minutes to go before these winds make it to you. And then also Byrdstown getting in on this right now. Jamestown, Grimsley, Clark range. You've got about probably less than 10 minutes before this storm line reaches you, 10 to 15 minutes, I'd say. So what we're seeing in Monterey, we'll be moving into Fentress County here very soon, western portions of Cumberland County, southeastern portions of White County, and of course Van Buren County. we'll be getting in on this as well. For those watching, got a, again, live view right now from Monterey. Again, we could, got a ton of comments coming in. I can't, can't make all of them right now. Again, I'm one person here. Please keep that in mind. So I can't keep up with everything. I don't know if comments coming in that fast or if that's just my feed's being glitchy. So really, really hard to keep up with all of that. But I do try to look at those again as often as we can. Is Iran all good? I have no idea what's going on in Iran right now. We cover the Upper Cumberland. It's not good over there. I'll tell you that right now. Jamestown has rain. Yes, Jamestown does have rain. You're about to get some really intense rain here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Let's look at radar, though. Again, the sky cams are showing us pretty much the same thing right now. Just a very messy picture of just very intense wind and rain. And that's really the case all across this line. Again, down to Byrdstown. As I take a sip of some apple juice. I got one of those little Starbucks drinks right here. I'm not even going to touch that. I am amped up right now. I am super caffeinated already, so I don't really need more caffeine at this point. Let's go to Byrdstown, Skycam view. Again, cannot really see much here. And won't see much other than just a lot of rain being blown around by the intense winds. Might be some hail here embedded here in the Byrdstown area. Again, the warning mentions potential for maybe some penny-sized hail with this storm as it moves eastward. So again, we'll get off that view. Might be making some of you, quite frankly, sick to look at. So we'll look at radar instead. But right now, this storm line extends from east of McMinnville, from Irving College up into Cedar Grove into Van Buren County, Quebec, and southern White County, extending up into Sparta, Bonaire in White County, Yankeetown, Monterey getting hit pretty hard, as we just saw in our Skycam view there, on into eastern portions of Overton County, Crawford, Allred, and then up into Byrdstown, Moodyville, Midway, and Pickett County. And these storms are continuing to move towards the east at about 45 miles per hour still. So soon to move into Jamestown, Grimsley, Clark Range. I'll get some ETAs here for different areas. Let me broaden this view out a bit. It's going to make the communities really small, but it'll help us with giving ETA. So if you can bear with me for a second on that, so I want to get as many communities in here as possible as we draw our ETA. So this is for Fentress County. Got any severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. But first, let's get some ETAs here for the storm line. We'll move this further east into Morgan and Scott counties as well. And we will give you, again, these ETAs here. And I'll make this larger for you to see. So I'm going to list a lot of communities here, so bear with me. Jamestown, 1252. Cedar Grove, 1253. Grimsley, 1254. Again, these are estimated times of arrival for when these storms may reach you. Down into Banner Springs by 1258. Clark Range by 1 a.m. Sharp Place, 102. And then further down the list, Zenith at 107. We just had another power surge here. Interesting. Rugby at 2:09 Eastern time, so we're getting the Eastern time zone. Deer Lodge at 2:11, Big South Fork at 2:14, Midway at 2:14, Sunbright 2:15, on down into Robbins by 2:18, and we'll kind of skip down here a bit. Oneida 2:24, Huntsville 2:25. Again, these are Eastern time zone areas. Winfield at 2:29, Montgomery 2:34, and Pioneer at 2:38. Again, as these storms move into northern portions of, eastern portions of Pickett County, all of Fentress County, northern Morgan County, and then Scott County there with this particular view that we're looking at for this particular segment of storm. So again, those are some ETAs. I'm going to make these community names bigger, though, make them easier for you to read. Again, the best way to watch right now would be on a smart TV if you can. Because I know if you're trying to watch on a smartphone, these community names are going to be really small. But a new severe thunderstorm warning, though, for Cumberland County. In effect till 1:45 a.m. Central Time. And it's the same thing we've been looking at, damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. So we did it. All of our primary coverage counties have gone under a severe thunderstorm warning at one point or another. Not that that's some big thing we are proud of or anything, but there you go. First widespread damaging wind threat we've had this year. And again, got another severe thunderstorm warning just issued down in the Bledsoe and Ray counties. This is in effect until 1:45 a.m. Central, 2:45 a.m. Eastern Time, and again, damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Possible for y'all as well. That should pop up on your screen here momentarily if it hasn't already, there at the bottom of the screen. But your line now extending from just east of Byrdstown. In fact, we can look at our sky cam there in the Byrdstown area as these storms roll through. Eastern portions of it's getting late. Eastern portions of Putnam County and the Monterey area, eastern Overton County. Much of White County is getting inundated right now, including Doyle, Bon Air, Sparta. Now entering northwestern areas of Van Buren County, including Spencer, and then across southeastern portions of Warren County. All seeing storm activity right now, all moving towards the east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. If you're just now joining us, we are on the radio too, being simulcast on 94.7 The Country Giant, 98.5 KISS FM, 106.1 The Eagle, and 107.7 Grace FM. So if you lose power, or maybe you don't have great internet or cell service right now, you can listen to me on the radio. Also, we only cover the Upper Cumberland region of Tennessee and the counties just to the immediate east and west of us. So if you're watching in Kentucky or Georgia or farther into East Tennessee, we don't cover you. I'm regionally based. One person. I'm not a max velocity who's behind me on the TV there. I just don't have the capacity to cover it. Plus, this is where I live. I'm localized to this area, and that's just how it's going to be. Erica asks, are we all clear in Allens? Yes, Allens has the all clear. Cookeville has the all clear. Let's get some all clears here real quick. And I'm going to draw a line here. So if you are west of this blue line, so from Byrdstown down to Livingston, Cookeville, Smithville, really all of DeKalb County, down in the center town there in Warren County, and then points west of there. So Woodbury, Smithville, Baxter, Cookeville, Gainsboro, Salina, Lafayette, Hartsville, Carthage, Gordonsville. All of you have the all clear for the night. Your severe threat has ended. So you can go on to bed. Now, winds will remain elevated through the night. We do have a wind advisory. It's still in effect until 7 a.m. Central. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even have that pulled up. Oh, me. I'll draw the line again, but I'm not going to go through the communities. If you're west of that blue line I'm drawing, you have the all clear for the night. So, again, all clear for the areas west of the blue line. You can see that there on your screen. You have the all clear for the night. Again, wind advisory does remain in effect until 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. So we are still dealing with that. Again, sorry for keeping that on Byrdstown for so long. But anyway, the storm's now entering Jamestown here in a matter of just a few minutes. Clark Range extending down, entering western portions of Cumberland County, so Pleasant Hill. Conditions will be deteriorating for you here very soon. Same for eastern portions of White County. Spencer bearing down on you now, and then, of course, far southeastern portions of Warren County. We do have some heavier showers re-entering Lafayette, Hartsville, Carthage, Red Bull, and Springs. Again, nothing of concern here. Winds may be a bit elevated right now. But again, nothing of concern. There's still some lightning. There's some thunder out there. And we're still seeing some power surges. So we might have a few power outages still occurring even across our western areas right now. So pretty interesting stuff there. Again, power outages is still possible even for our western areas because winds are still elevated. 40 to 45 mile per hour gusts are possible into at least the mid-morning hours, and winds will gradually taper off. Also going to turn much colder too with this strong cold front moving through. Winds will be temperatures will be much colder on our Monday with a few snow showers possible. Hard to believe. So I think comments now have settled down a bit. So I will go back to those here. If you do want to support us as well, if you don't own a business, I'll call that out real quick. Let me make sure I have this correct. PayPal is Upper Cumberland WX. So Upper Cumberland WX, and then Venmo is Upper Cumberland Weather. Those are like the two primary ways of supporting us. We do have Facebook as well. Linda says, can you please start talking about Crossville? Listen, we got a lot of, I'm one person here. Please, cut me some slack here, y'all. Crossville right now, the storms are about probably 10 to 15 minutes away from you. We'll pull up your sky cam as these storms get closer. Again, I am one person here. Please keep that in mind. We got a lot of areas to cover here. So again, I do my best here. I do the best I can. And in a situation like this, we've got so many areas under warnings, it's hard to hyper focus on every location at one time. But we will pull up our Crossville Skycam momentarily. Before that, though, I want to go to Jamestown because these storms are just about into Jamestown. So let's go look at our Jamestown Skycam. Again, it's the same thing we've been seeing at all of our sites, just a lot of wind and rain. First of all, we're not looking at any imminent tornado threat for any location in our coverage area along the plateau. That's the good news. We don't see any signs of rotation right now. We're straight up looking at a damaging wind threat right now. So damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour are the concern right now. If you're in western Fentress County, into central Fentress County, Jamestown, down to Grimsley, Clark Range, extending down into Cumberland County, so Pleasant Hill area, up into Bowman, you're next in line for this. Crossville, again, next 5 to 10 minutes, this will be to you. Same for Lake Tansy. Moving into Spencer right now, approaching Fall Creek Falls, as well as Pine Creek, Welchland. Soon to get in on this as well. Again, damaging straight line winds being our main hazard with these storms. As we look at the live view right now from Jamestown. Again, not seeing any signs of rotation right now within this. But definitely seeing that potential for damaging straight line winds, certainly, with this line of storms that moves through. And a lot of y'all are verifying that in your various locations. So hopefully, for those wondering about different locations, again, hopefully I have addressed that for y'all. It's just, it's a long night of coverage here. We've been live for a couple of hours now. And remaining live, probably about 2.5 hours been live for these storms. We went live before these storms crossed the I-65 corridor. That's been a while ago. And now these storms have made it to the plateau at 12:48 a.m. So we're doing all right on time here. So not complaining about that. If you're west of the storm line, if you're west of the reds and purples here, you're good to go for the night. Your severe threat is ended. So Cookeville, Livingston, Byrdstown, over to Salina, Gainsborough, Carthage, Hartsville, Lafayette, Smithville, your threat has ended. McMinnville, your threat has ended. Woodbury, I know you're technically in the severe. No, actually, just dropped. So McMinnville, you're good to go. Lebanon, Gallatin, y'all been good to go for the rest of the night. So it's just the areas and the yellow polygons right now you see flashing on your screen where this threat does persist. There is a tornado warning just to our northeast of our coverage area. So Monticello, Delta there in Kentucky, under a tornado warning. That's a radar indicated rotation there. So you need to be in your tornado safe spot if you happen to be watching in that area. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing right now for eastern Pickett County, all of Fentress County, very far eastern Putnam County, but that will likely be dropped here soon. All of Cumberland County, southeastern portions of White County, and all of Van Buren County, far southeastern Warren County at this point, as well as into Ray and Bledsoe counties. So active severe thunderstorm warnings for all these areas for at least the next half hour to an hour, depending on where you're at. I'm sure these warnings will continue to be extended eastward as we go along. So Jamestown right now, again, you're getting inundated as we speak. Clark Range, just about to you. Let's go to our Clark Range Skycam. And take a look at what's going on there. Very heavy storm over Pleasant Hill as well. That's moving into Crossville here within the next 5 minutes or so. So we'll go to our Crossville sky cam as this gets closer. I'm about to have to turn the heat on here because I can definitely tell it is turning colder where I'm at right now. In fact, I'm going to pull up the latest. We're down into the 50s here, it looks like. So the cold air hasn't quite arrived to us yet. Looking further west in the 40s now in Springfield. That's in Robertson County. Clarksville down to 45 now. Further west over to Paris, Tennessee, they're down to 41 degrees. Union City, that's in West Tennessee, not getting an accurate reading. Dyersburg down to 39 degrees. So it will turn colder as the morning hours progress. It'll be down to the 30s throughout all of our Monday once we get into the daytime hours. That's live view right now from Clark Range. Again, you see wind really picking up right now. I'm still monitoring for any signs of rotation. Haven't really been seeing anything concerning so far. So that's good. These storms do remain very strong, though, as they move along the plateau. Again, clearly you can see here in Clark Range, very windy right now, intense rain, lightning embedded here. Again, these storms continue to move towards the east, again at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Soon to move into Crossville, soon to move into Lake Tansies. Right over top of Spencer, about to move over top of Fall Creek Falls. Pine Creek, about to get in on this as well. Pikeville, if you're over in Bledsoe County, still got about 15 to 20 more minutes to go before these storms arrive to you. Same for Lusk, Lee Station, Cold Spring, Melvine there in Bledsoe County. If you're Dayton up to Spring City in Ray County, probably another, I'd say 30 minutes to go for you, maybe a little longer. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll show you here on screen. Actually, let's stay on this view in Clark Range right now. This is right over top of Clark Range as we speak. It's a very intense storm right now in Clark Range. I want to stay on this view for a bit longer, actually. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for all of Morgan and Scott counties in effect until 2:45 a.m. Eastern time. And damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, again being the hazard here that we're looking at. Again, these storms right now extend across eastern Pickett County down into Jamestown. Very intense storms over Jamestown, Grimsley, Clark Range, as we can clearly see here from our Skycam view. Down into northwestern Cumberland County, Pleasant Hill, west of Bowman, down into eastern White County, and then all across Van Buren County. Conditions settling down for Warren County, except for the far southeastern portions down to Spring Creek. Still pretty intense storm for y'all. Again, all this activity continuing to move towards the east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Again, we're staying on this Clark Range view because, again, very intense storm, and having a live camera feed is better than radar because we can actually see what's happening in real time as the storm bears down. So I'd much rather look at this than radar. But we do have a lot of areas to cover, so we will go back to radar, regrettably, just because we want to make sure everyone is well covered here. But there's your new severe thunderstorm warning, including Morgan and Scott counties. Now, east of there, Jacksboro, Rocky Top, Clinton, Oak Ridge, that's getting outside of our coverage area. That's outside the eastern fringe of our extended coverage area. So you'll have to look for other local resources for coverage out that way. I just don't have the capacity to continue providing coverage. I mean, I could, but my wife's a teacher. I know she would like to get home at some point and get in the bed. So our cutoff point is going to be Scott and Morgan counties. Once these storms get east of there, that's when we will sign off from coverage. Crossville, these storms will be to you very soon. We'll go ahead and ready our Crossville Skycam. By the way, what y'all think of this shirt I'm wearing? The Upper Cumberland Weather shirt. I just had this made. I thought about maybe getting some merch going soon. What do y'all think of that, though? I kind of like this shirt. I don't know. But Crossville, let's go to your Skycam. Take a look at what's happening here. Winds beginning to pick up a bit. The worst of this storm is still to your west, though, over top of Pleasant Hill right now, soon to move into Bowman. Williams says Pleasant Hill getting hammered right now near the school. Definitely can see that on radar for sure. We don't have a sky cam in Pleasant Hill, but again, just from what we can see on radar, definitely an intense storm over top of you right now in Pleasant Hill moving into Crossville. Again, damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour are our main concern. We tried merch once, but back in those days, those were the early days. I wouldn't say early days, but it was early compared to what we're doing now. I was actually making those myself with vinyl, and it was a pain in the rear. But we could probably get with a local partner nowadays and maybe actually get something going. So we may look into that. Hail happening in some areas right now. Cassie says she can't hear me. That's the only report I've seen of that. I guess if Cassidy can't hear me, she can't hear me saying that she can't hear me. But I think everyone else can. I am trying to look at comments right now, though. I've not been intentionally neglecting these. We just had so much going on. Tiffany says, sounds like hail here in Clark Range. Marta says, can Doyle go to bed yet? Yeah, I think Doyle can go to bed. The storm threat is past you. You're just barely outside of the severe thunderstorm warning now. That's the good news. Again, as these storms continue to move towards the east, we can give areas the all clear. But you're looking at a live view right now from Crossville. Let's go back to radar, though. We'll come back to that view as the main line gets closer. It is already windy and storming pretty good in Crossville right now, but the heavier activity is back to your west. Again, severe thunderstorm warning continues until 1:45 a.m. Or actually, when does this expire? Yeah, 1:45 a.m. Central Time. Got a little confused there for a second. Storm line conditions should be settling down for Jamestown here very soon. Storms maybe towards Zenith, eastern Fentress County here in the next few minutes. Banner Springs. It's right over top of Clark Range right now as we speak. We may go back to that sky cam here in just a second. Northwestern portions of Cumberland County getting inundated right now. Storm's just about to move into Bowman here in northern Cumberland County, over top of Pleasant Hill right now, about to move into Crossville here in the next few minutes. And as y'all have reported, a very intense storm over Pleasant Hill as we speak. Let's go to our sky cam in Clark Range again. Again, basically the same thing we were seeing earlier. There's a lot of rain and intense wind for you right now. And this is pretty much being repeated all up and down this line. Unfortunately, we don't have a sky cam in Van Buren County. I wish we did. We will eventually. That's definitely on my radar to get one up established here in Van Buren County. But these storms are bearing down on Spencer right now. Eastern areas of Van Buren County over Cane Creek, Mooneyham, now entering the Fall Creek Falls State Park area, and Pine Creek back into Welchland, all up and down Highway 111 here, again, from north to south across Van Buren County. If you're in Sparta, conditions are calming down for you. So that's some good news for y'all. Pleasant Hill, again, still getting hammered as these storms are about to move into Midway. Lake Tansy, Crossville here in the next few minutes, now entering Bowman. Of course, over top of Clark Range, as we were just looking at. Conditions improving for Jamestown. And then, of course, these storms still extending up in the Sharp Place in eastern Pickett County, with that new severe thunderstorm warning having just been issued for Scott County and Morgan County. So these storms will be entering western portions of Scott County here pretty soon, western portions of Morgan County very soon. So Sunbright, you've got maybe 15 minutes or so before these storms arrive to you. Wartburg, maybe another 20 to 25 minutes, maybe close to 30 minutes, honestly. Eastern portions of Cumberland County, Fairfield, Glade, Crab Orchard, you've got about 15 minutes to go before these storms arrive to you. Crossville, just here in a few minutes, these storms will be on top of you. And we will take that sky cam once they do arrive. Of course, we had a very intense storm move through Pleasant Hill, as y'all have described. Yeah, we may get some merch going soon. Again, we'll have to get a whole shop and everything going. Be cool if we could integrate that into our app somehow. Maybe that might be possible in the future. Bledsoe County, these storms are about to enter your the western fringe here out of Van Buren County. Right now, Fall Creek Falls points north. up in Mooneyham, Cane Creek there in Van Buren County getting hammered right now, as well as southeastern portions of White County, Bethesda, Dodson, Bobra, Springtown, all getting hammered right now by these storms. So again, we're live right now. We've been live since about 10:30 or so, and we will continue to remain live until these storms clear our farthest eastern area. So Morgan, Scott, Roane, Bledsoe, and Ray counties. Once these storms move east of y'all, that's when I'll hand it off to East Tennessee. So y'all will have to find an alternate source for continued coverage. I've been live since before these storms crossed the I-65 corridor back in Nashville. So we've been live for a while. Non-stop coverage, but that is what I promised y'all, and that is what I'm delivering upon. That's the benefit of being me in this capacity. I'll go full screen here. We've had one TV shut off. But let me go back to my full screen view here, what's happening here in the studio. So that TV has shut off. I don't know what was going on there. I had Channel 4 up on that TV. Channel 2, you know, they're just showing some commercials right now. Our buddy Elijah Kirby, though, Southern Tennessee Weather, that's just to our southwest. If you're back towards Manchester, Shelbyville, he's got y'all covered just to the southwest of our coverage area. He does great work there, Southern Tennessee Weather. Just signed on late last year and knocking it out of the park. So we're proud to represent here on that screen there. And Max Velocity, I think he might have even already signed off. I'm not sure. We had him up on that screen up there. I'm not sure if he's still covering these storms live. I don't think he is. So, but we're here. We are here. That's what we do. Again, we don't need an active tornado warning to be live. We're not constrained by network regulations or anything. I am my own entity here. Crystal is loud here in Clark Range. It's been loud for a while for y'all. We've had y'all's Skycam pulled up several times. Let's go to Crossville as these storms approach y'all. The reflectivity view isn't as impressive as we were seeing earlier, but again, we're getting a lot further away from the radar site. So some of that's just because of how far away we are. I think these storms are a little more intense near the surface than what radar can see. So we can't necessarily go by radar alone. We really need to look more of our Skycam sites to get a ground confirmation of what's going on here. If you're listening, though, we're still on the radio, still live on 94.7 The Country Giant, 98.5 KISS FM, 106.1 The Eagle, and 107.7 Grace FM. It's currently 1:03 a.m., so you're listening to live continuous coverage of severe weather. And we are continuing to track these storms as they move across eastern Van Buren County, now into western and central portions of Cumberland County, far southeastern White County, extending now into southern and eastern portions of Fentress County and far eastern Pickett County, now moving into western Scott County, western Morgan County here very soon, and also western Bledsoe County, moving towards Pikeville. So these storms will be to Pikeville, Lee Station, Palo, Lusk here in the next probably 10 minutes or so. We're looking right now at a live view from Crossville as conditions begin to deteriorate for y'all. Again, winds will begin to pick up here very shortly here as the worst of the storm moves into Crossville. It was very intense over Pleasant Hill a few minutes ago. The storm will extend up into Bowman. Clark Range still getting hammered right now. Jamestown, conditions are improving for y'all. These storms move over top of Zenith here in eastern Fentress County. Again, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect. Fentress County, your severe thunderstorm warning is set to expire at 1:15 a.m. Cumberland County, in effect until 1:45 a.m. Really from Crossville and Bowman, Midway and points east to Crab Orchard, Fairfield Glade to the county line. And another severe thunderstorm warning for far eastern White County on into eastern Van Buren County, set to expire at 1:15 a.m. So we'll see some more warnings dropped here soon. That'll leave us with these warnings here for Bledsoe and Ray counties in effect until 2:45 a.m. Eastern, 1:45 a.m. Central. And then this severe thunderstorm warning for Roane, Morgan, and Scott counties in effect until 2:45 a.m. Eastern time. So, did y'all get all that? If you've been watching us for a while, you probably did, but I know people tune in at different points. So still a few thousand of you watching. Again, I do appreciate all of you tuning in tonight. This is what we do here. We walk you through storms, middle of the night, middle of the day, weekend, whenever. That is what we do here. I will say, I have no influence on school closings or such decisions, but since it has been such a late night, I do appreciate the school systems that did decide maybe to delay schools in the morning. I think that was a good call, just personally. Won't say much more in that regard. Cough, cough, Smith County, if y'all want to do that too. Just because my wife's a teacher, it's gonna be a early morning wake up call here soon. She's on the other side of the studio right now, and we will go home after this, and then she'll have to wake up a couple hours after the fact. So appreciate her patience dealing with all this. Anyway, where were we? Eastern Fentress County right now. Storms bearing down on you now, entering western portions of Scott County. We'll have to go back and forth between the Nashville radar site and the Morristown radar site as these storms move into Morgan and Scott counties, just because the radar beam from Nashville isn't quite, doesn't show these storms as well. Crossville, again, these storms bearing down on you now. Winds will begin to pick up here very soon for y'all if they aren't already. Maybe some hail here in far eastern Van Buren County, just east of Mooneyham near Lonewood. This will be moving into Herbert Domain and Saratoga Springs in northwestern Bledsoe County here very soon, as well as Midway potentially in southwestern Cumberland County. We do have a Skycam in Midway. I'll pull that up here in a minute, and we will take a look at the view right now. Actually, that Skycam's down right now, so never mind. We will not be going to Midway. Farther east, we really don't have any more Skycams besides Crossville, Clark Range, Jamestown. We do have one in Kingston, and that's really about it. So we'll be pretty much looking at radar for the most part, except for Crossville. We can look at Crossville here in a moment. But outside of that, though, there really won't be much else to see from our other Skycam views, just because, again, we don't really have any more to the east. Hopefully we can build that out some more as we go along, and we will. But for now, we are, again, at the eastern fringe of where our Skycams end. But, again, we do have a view in Crossville, so let's go back to there. You can see wind picking up right now in Crossville as we speak. Intense storm moving overhead. I have lost Facebook comments again. I know y'all are there. So, actually, I'll pull y'all up on my phone so I can read your comments. I'll try to read a few more now that we are seeing conditions improve somewhat for a broader area. Even though we have invested in a new router, we are still dealing with a few internet issues. So, wow, getting close to 75,000 followers on Facebook. That's awesome. We were at a little over 73,000 not long ago, so that's pretty cool. That's definitely a milestone. And still nearly 2,000 of you watching on Facebook. So I'll get your comments pulled up, though, where I can read those. Kimberly says, what about Sparta? Sparta, you are good to go. You can get into bed now. These storms have moved east of you, so your conditions have improved. You will still have some gusty winds, but through the night and into the morning hours. Well, it is morning now, technically. It's 1:09 a.m. But as far as any severe threat goes, your severe threat has ended in Sparta. Same for Spencer. Your severe threat has ended. Jamestown, your severe threat has ended. It's now eastern Fentress County, central and southwestern portions of Cumberland County, far eastern Van Buren County, and then points east that are under the gun right now. Again, Crossville live view right now. These storms move overhead. Winds have picked up now for Crossville. Very intense storm overhead. This same storm extends from Midway up into Crossville, Bowman, moving towards Fairfield Glade, Crab Orchard, Ozone, Alloway, Lake Tansy, within the next probably 10 to 15 minutes for those areas. especially farther east. Fairfield Glade, Crab Orchard, again, you got about 10 minutes or so before the worst reaches you. Ozone, maybe another 15 to 20 minutes. Again, you're watching a live view right now from Crossville as these storms roll through. Again, once these storms get past Crossville, we really won't have any more live Skycam views to look at until we get over to Kingston, which Kingston, you probably have about 30 to 40 minutes to go before these storms reach you. These storms are now moving into western portions of Scott County, western portions of Morgan County, and again, extending across central Cumberland County right now. Of course, Crossville getting inundated right now. And now moving into western Bledsoe County. So Pikeville, these storms will be to you within the next 5 minutes. The strongest of the winds. Already raining in Pikeville. But as far as the torrential rain goes, again, this will be to you again within the next 5 minutes or so. Same for Lee Station, Cold Spring, Melvine, Mount Crest right now getting hammered. Community of Dill as the storms transition out of Van Buren County. So the severe thunderstorm warning for Van Buren, Warren, White counties is set to expire here in just a few minutes. So you'll see that warning polygon on our radar. I'll show you all that. You'll see that disappear here in a minute, and it'll disappear from the map at the bottom of your screen. Fentress County, also your warning is set to expire in a few minutes. So that'll just leave Cumberland County and then our farthest eastern areas under severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, we're still looking at a damaging wind threat. Damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour are possible. For areas, again, from Scott County, Morgan County, down into eastern Cumberland County, southern Cumberland County, and then down into, again, Bledsoe and Ray counties, and Roane County as well, not to exclude y'all. In the city of Crossville, can we reasonably go to bed? If you can wait 10 more minutes, can you wait 10 more minutes in Crossville? Because it is literally on top of you right now. And again, I'll surely 10 more minutes. If you're in downtown Crossville, 10 more minutes. But farther west, though, the severe threat has ended. So if you're in Spencer, Sparta, Monterey, Jamestown, Byrdstown, Overton, Clay, Jackson, Smith, Macon, Trousdale, DeKalb, Warren, your severe threat has completely ended for the night. Now, wind advisory does remain in effect through 7 a.m., so we could continue to see wind gusts as high as 40 to 45 miles per hour as we see winds transition from out of the northwest. And temperatures will drastically cool down as well. We'll see temperatures fall into the 30s, and will likely remain in the 30s to around 40 for much for Monday. Light snow showers are likely off and on. Crazy, crazy stuff. Now, surface temperatures are very, very warm. So it's going to, I mean, as far as stickage goes, stickage of snow, accumulation, probably not going to happen unless you're on the plateau. Maybe we can see a half inch or so, mainly in grassy areas, elevated surfaces. Don't think we'll see any travel issues result from the snow showers we see, but it'll be pretty to look at. You might see a quick dusting on the ground, but then it'll melt wherever you're at. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some of that, but again, as far as any sort of substantial impacts go, again, not worried about that. I think we are still live on the radio, though. 94.7 The Country Giant, 98.5 KISS FM, 107.7 Grace FM, 106.1 The Eagle. Carrying our live coverage tonight, simulcast, so very appreciative of that. Again, we're looking at a live view, or we will be looking at a live view from Crossville again, as these storms hammer the Crossville area with very intense winds. Southern Outdoors 1862 on YouTube says, thoughts on Knox County. It's the damaging wind threat will decrease a bit as these moves towards the Knoxville area, but you are still under the gun. I believe there's a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for y'all. So not really worried about tornadoes for the Knoxville area, but you will still see a damaging straight line wind threat presenting itself probably in the next couple of hours. I say hour and a half or so, these storms will be knocking on Knoxville's door. So kind of the same deal we're looking at here in Crossville. It's a very intense wind. Aubrey says, can Sparta go to bed for the night? Yes, you can. Briley says, can Jamestown go to bed? Yes, you can. Y'all are good to go. Now, it will be windy outside. Briley asked again, can Jamestown go to bed? Yes, y'all can. Hannah says wind and rain just picked up a lot in Deer Lodge. Again, I want to stay on the Crossville Skycam a bit longer. Just because it is very intense here in Crossville. And this, again, that's why we can't necessarily go by radar, because we're so far away from the radar site in Nashville that we're looking, many, many thousands of feet up. We will have to start looking at the Morristown radar site as we continue to track these storms farther east, just because that radar, I'm going on my rant here, y'all. I'm going on my rant. We need a radar. We need a Doppler radar, not, the cheaper radars. No offense. I know there's a couple of them on the plateau. We need a Doppler radar, a real deal Doppler radar, next red Doppler radar, like what we have at the National Weather Service office in Nashville, like we have in the Morristown National Weather Service office, like we have at High Top, Alabama, Hopkinsville, Kentucky. We need one of those on the plateau, because we have a radar hole here. We're having to look way too high up into these storms due to the curvature of the earth, that it's nearly impossible to see anything happening at the surface level. We don't have the greatest reflectivity views here, because these storms are a lot more intense, clearly, as we can see in Crossville, than what radar shows. And again, we desperately need a radar site on the plateau somewhere. Maybe Monterey. Monterey would be a good spot. Somewhere. But they cost a lot of money. It's not something I can necessarily make happen. Maybe, hey, got a big business, you're watching us, hey, support us. we're talking like $1 million, though, probably, for a decent radar site. And then it's got to be maintained. So that's way outside of what I can do. Way outside of what I can do. Like, not even like, but government can make it happen. So that's something we need, though. There are ways maybe we could make it happen with public support and maybe grants and that sort of thing. But that's we're probably a long ways off from that. But if any Congress people are watching this, though, by chance, again, we need a Doppler radar site desperately on the plateau. It would help so much on nights like these when we have clearly a very intense storm rolling through Crossville. But you look at the reflectivity view on the radar, and it is just, it doesn't match up. So, but very thankful we have these sky cams, though. It's a game changer for sure, because we can actually see what is happening in Crossville right now in real time. So we are, again, continuing to watch these storms. They roll through. We've been watching the Crossville Skycam view for a while now, just because, again, it's providing us a really great view of what is happening there. The storms now extend from just west of Pikeville, soon to enter Pikeville here in a matter of a minute or two, on up into Cumberland County, from Lake Tansy on up into Crossville, Fairfield Glade, and then up into Deer Lodge here, western Morgan County. I've had a few of you comment from there. Storms are getting pretty intense for y'all. On up in Rugby and approaching Oneida in Scott County. Again, damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour remain our primary hazard here. Maybe some small hail, maybe some penny-sized hail, some dimes and peas possible within this line. We'll look at the Nashville radar again for a better view of the activity happening further west. And again, just some light to moderate showers here, really showery here in Hartsville, Carthage, Gordonsville. Your severe threat ended a while ago. We're not worried about severe weather here. We do have some elevated winds right now. Winds could still reach 40 to 45 miles per hour with that wind advisory still in effect. But as far as any severe threat goes, it has ended for the night. And temperatures are cooling down. We're in the 50s in a lot of these areas right now, but cooling down into the 40s farther west around Nashville, cooling down into the 40s. Cooling down into the 30s in West Tennessee, and that air will filter in during the early to mid-morning hours. And it'll be a much, much colder day, a shock to the system compared to how it's been the last few days. And it's going to be that way for a couple of days. We'll be in the 30s today to around 40, 30s on Tuesday, even with sunshine, back into the 50s to near 60 on Wednesday, and then back in the 60s to near 70 on Thursday. So the good news is it will be short-lived. It won't be a long-duration cold spell. But it'll be very annoying for sure to deal with for a couple of days. Hard freeze likely Monday night. So right now, within the next 24 hours, lows will dip down to around 20 in some areas. And that'll be a hard freeze. So hopefully you haven't started planning anything sensitive yet, because, again, hard freeze coming. We'll have a freeze the next couple of nights, and then, of course, we'll warm back up back into the 70s by the end of this week, 70s heading into the weekend. So it's short-lived cold. That's the good news, but it still may do some damage, though, regardless. And, of course, snow showers possible throughout our Monday, off and on. Crazy, crazy stuff. Pikeville, it is on top of you now, extending again up into Crossville. Conditions are going to be improving in Crossville here very soon. Very intense storm over Lake Tansy, Fairfield Glade right now, extending up into Sunbright, Deer Lodge, up into Helenwood, Robbins, Oneida now getting in on this in Scott County. And, we got to kind of go back and forth between radar sites here to get a good view of these storms, again, for Scott County, Morgan County, because we're in between radar sites now. As these storms continue to move towards the east, towards Oak Ridge, Rocky Top, Jacksboro, we will get a better view of them because they'll be getting closer to the Morristown radar site. But let's see if High Top can give us any sort of better view. High Top gives us our best view for Pikeville and Bledsoe County. So these storms, again, the difference that radar can make. We're a little bit closer to the radar site in High Top for Pikeville. So, again, these storms definitely appear more intense as a result. So that's just some of the limitations of radar this evening. But again, still windy, still pretty intense storm over Crossville right now. See the wind really blowing around in the rain there on the Skycam view. As far as active severe thunderstorm warnings go, severe thunderstorm warning continues until 1:45 a.m. Central Time for Cumberland County. If you're up towards Bowman, Pleasant Hill, your severe threat is pretty much ended, though. So you're technically still in the severe thunderstorm warning. But I feel pretty comfortable giving an all clear at this point. But eastern portions and southern portions of Cumberland County, this warning does again continue until 1:45 a.m. So again, remain indoors, away from windows. I think everybody's probably indoors right now. It's 1:30 in the morning. Bledsoe, Ray counties remain under the severe thunderstorm warning also till 1:45 Central, 2:45 Eastern. And then another severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 2:45 a.m. Eastern Time for Roane, Scott, and Morgan counties. Again, damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour being the primary concern. These storms are getting close to Wartburg, now moving into Sunbright, and of course on top of Deer Lodge. Shady Grove, Wartburg, again, next in line for these storms within the next few minutes. Again, damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, the primary concern. Huntsville here, Oneida, in central and northern Scott County, you're next in line for these storms. It's actually on top of Oneida right now, so again, damaging winds possible up this way as well. And then getting back into eastern Cumberland County, got to hop around our radar sites. Gosh, so aggravating. As these storms approach Crab Orchard, Fairfield Glade. And it's crazy how, like, Nashville, the Old Hickory radar site gives us our best view of the storms in Cumberland County. The High Top, Alabama radar site gives us our best view of the storms in Bledsoe County. The Morristown radar site gives us our best view of the storms entering Morgan and Scott counties. And we're covering warnings for all three of these areas. They all neighbor each other, and we got to look at 3 different radar sites. Somebody clip this and send it to your congressperson. I'm so tired of this. I want a radar, y'all. Oh, goodness gracious. Colleen on Facebook says Crab Orchard just now getting bad. So we will, we'll continue to remain live with these storms until they have cleared Bledsoe, Ray, Roane, Scott, and Morgan counties. That's the eastern extent of our coverage area, what I consider to be our extended coverage area. So I did say I would stay live for these storms until they cleared, y'all, and I'm holding to that. And actually, these storms are right on, if not a little bit ahead of schedule. So that's actually some good news. Of course, I'm very well caffeinated tonight, so we're good to stay alive a bit longer here. Dakota says, is Monterey in the clear? Yes, Monterey is in the clear. Ben says weather radio was quiet all night. You might need to move your weather radio, or it may need to be replaced, depending on how old it is, or reprogrammed or something. There might be an issue there. Christopher, some screen recording. I was just kidding. I mean, you can if you want to. If you go back on YouTube, the feed on YouTube, actually the feed on YouTube, Facebook, there will be an archive. So you can actually go back and whatever time it is, 1:20 to 1:25 somewhere when I said that. Thunder just shook the whole house in Clark Range. I can believe we're still getting thunder here. I'm in Smith County, back in the Pleasant Shade area, and it's getting some pretty intense rain here still. The severe threat has long ended for us, but there's still some lightning. The Weather Service does not issue severe thunderstorm warnings for lightning. So thought lightning's just part of a thunderstorm. You know, it just kind of comes along with it. So you can have continuous lightning nonstop and not have a warning because, again, the Weather Service does not issue for lightning. They issue for damaging straight line wind potential, large hail potential, and then, of course, tornado potential as well, tornado warnings. So the storms continue to move towards the east right now over top of Pikeville, moving towards Dayton, Graysville, and Spring City. Severe thunderstorm warning down this way in effect until 2:45 Eastern, 1:45 Central. Storms now moving into Fairfield Glade, approaching Crab Orchard here in a matter of just a minute or two. Actually, right over top of Crab Orchard now with that latest radar scan. And moving towards Ozone, Alloway, here Eastern Cumberland County. Riding along I-40, soon to move into Rockwood within the next 10 minutes, over into Roane County. We do have a Skycam site in Kingston we can look at here in a little bit. Storms extend up into Wartburg, or just west of Wartburg, soon to be into Wartburg here in the next few minutes. Sun bright, it's over top of you. Deer Lodge, conditions should begin to improve here very soon. And then storms extend up from up in Robbins, Helenwood, Oneida, Winfield, now moving into Huntsville here in Scott County. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 2:45 Eastern time. We're in the Eastern time zone up this way. So still a little ways to go before these storms have totally cleared the area. We're still seeing some pretty intense winds right now in Crossville. Even though the heaviest of this activity has moved east of you, still pretty intense storm over Crossville right now as these storms continue to shift eastward. And we'll still see some pretty strong wind gusts on the backside of this storm line. Again, wind advisory remains in effect till 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern time for all areas of our coverage area here. So again, pretty intense storms. Ongoing right now, shifting into East Tennessee as we speak, with light to moderate shower activity back to the west of the main line, as we can see on radar here. Still some lightning being detected. Jackson County, Smith County, still hearing a few rumbles of thunder at times. So while the severe threat has ended, you might still be watching us just because you're still hearing thunder outside. The wind's still elevated. You might be like, hey, what the heck is going on? Well, we still have some storm activity out there. It's just the severe threat has ended for y'all. Only the areas where we have the yellow polygons, where we have active severe thunderstorm warnings, these are the only areas we're still concerned about. At the bottom of your screen, you still see a tornado watch for like Fentress, Putnam, several counties there. Ignore that. That will be dropped very soon. The National Weather Service, I'm sure, will probably wait until Cumberland County is in the clear, and then they'll probably drop the rest of that tornado watch, at least for the National Weather Service office in Nashville. Their county warning area extends as far east as Fentress and Cumberland counties and Van Buren counties. And then the National Weather Service office in Morristown picks up for areas east of there. So we have two different National Weather Service offices. That's why you see like this polygon here, kind of awkward here for Cumberland County. Then we got separate polygons for areas south and southeast. That's because we have two different Weather Service offices issuing those warnings. So they also coordinate on the watches as well. So, but again, once these storms move out of Cumberland County, that'll be it for that tornado watch, I think, for the county serviced by the National Weather Service office in Nashville. I think they'll drop the rest of those counties. Regardless, though, the severe threat has ended except for far eastern Cumberland County and then these areas under the severe thunderstorm warnings. Storms now beginning to shift into western Ray County, approaching Dayton and Spring City here within the next 5 minutes or so. Crab Orchard getting hammered right now. Sunbright, we're still seeing a very intense storm over Crossville right now, even though at least reflectivity shows that these storms are, moving east of you. Still some pretty strong wind, a lot of heavy rain right now in the Crossville area. Conditions will begin to improve very soon. I think this, as far as the severity of the storm, That threat has pretty much ended for Crossville. Still some elevated winds, though, as we can clearly see here. But your severe threat is, it's that one guy or woman, whoever it was, who asked about going to bed. You can go to bed in Crossville now, I think, as the severe threat has shifted east of you. So Crab Orchard is over top of you, about to move into ozone. Soon shifting into Rockwood here very soon. Within the next 5 to 10 minutes, I say closer to 10 minutes for Rockwood. Harriman, here in the next 10 to 15 minutes, these storms will be to you. Wartburg, these storms are almost to you right now, just to your west. So you hear the thunder for the few lightning strikes out there, and then, of course, winds will be picking up very soon as the main line pushes through. Huntsville, it's on top of you. Oneida, conditions should be improving for you here pretty soon as these storms move across central portions of Scott County and now shifting into central portions of Morgan County, extending down into eastern Cumberland County from Fairfield Glade down to Crab Orchard, into Melvine, Cold Spring, Summer City, New Harmony here in eastern Bledsoe County. Again, soon to shift into Ray County. I'm going to turn the heat on in here, y'all. I think we're we're cooling out of the AC on because it was kind of warm, but it's getting a little cool in here. If y'all don't mind, I'm going to do that right now. Actually, it's wow. Where I'm at, it has cooled down. It has cooled down quite a bit here, and it will only continue to get cooler as we go along. So if you're just now tuning in, and some of you may very well just now be tuning in, I've been live since about 10:30 Central, or a little before, as these storms moved into the Nashville area. They're now shifting into our far eastern areas, and we're continuing live coverage accordingly. Hopefully we can see the live view from Kingston here. We'll try to get that image pulled up, assuming that camera sight's not down. Still about 1,000 of you watching on Facebook, so I appreciate you continuing to join me here live. We've been, again, live for a while now as these storms shift out of Pikeville. Again, continue to move towards Dayton, Spring City here in Ray County as we shift over to the High Top, Alabama radar site, giving us a better view of these storms, again, as they move into Ray County. And then farther north here into Cumberland County, Crab Orchard getting hit right now. Rockwood again here, just minutes away from y'all. These storms will be arriving to you. Farther north, Wartburg, just a couple minutes away. Winds will really pick up quite a bit as these storms shift eastward. And then Huntsville, Oneida, Robbins, all getting some pretty intense storm activity right now. Again, damaging straight line winds continue to be our primary hazard here. Checking out the Morristown National Weather Service chat to gauge what they are seeing here. Just waiting to see if they will issue new severe thunderstorm warnings. They may, because we're actually getting towards the end of the expiration time for these current warnings. So all these warnings are set to expire in about 10 minutes. So 1:45 Central, 2:45 Eastern, these warnings will be expiring. So curious to see if we'll see new warnings issued for Scott, Morgan, Roane, and Ray counties. Don't think Cumberland would be included in a new warning just because these storms are just about to the eastern fringe of that warning and will soon be out of the warned area. New radar scan coming in from the Morristown radar side as these storms again continue to approach Wartburg, moving through Crab Orchard right now and riding along the Bledsoe County, Ray County line. So I am, will probably be discontinuing the radio coverage aspect of at least the simulcasting of the radio coverage here very soon, just because these storms are moving into East Tennessee, so they'll soon be moving really out of the reception area for these radio stations. Country Giant can pick up pretty well into portions of East Tennessee, but the other stations not quite. So got 100,000 watts there with 94.7 the Country Giant, so it can reach very far. But again, with the severe threats shifting into East Tennessee, we will likely discontinue radio coverage here very soon. So I do appreciate those who've tuned in on the radio. I'd like to hear from you. Message me on Facebook or send an email. Contact us at uppercumberlandweather.com. I'd like to hear from you if you did listen on the radio. That's interesting to me. I can't listen to that myself because I'm live covering it, but just the thought of that's actually pretty cool, going out on the airwaves. So 1:45 a.m. Central, 2:45 Eastern, we will sign off from the radio. So that'll let you know if you're listening right now. We'll go back to regular programming on the radio. Again, 1:45 Central, 2:45 Eastern. I'll still be live on our other platforms, though, streaming, Facebook, YouTube, again, until we get these storms on past these warned areas. Even if these warnings expire, I will stay live until the line passes through Ray County, Roane, Scott, and Morgan counties. That is what I said I would do, and I'm going to stick to it. Somebody asked about that tornado watch. Tornado watch, again, once the storms move out of Cumberland County, I think that's what the National Weather Service office in Nashville is waiting for the storms to move east of Cumberland County. Then they'll probably just drop the tornado watch all at once. Usually they'll drop the tornado watch in chunks. They won't do like one county at a time. They'll do multiple counties. It would be kind of awkward to only leave Cumberland County and drop the rest. So they're probably just waiting for the storms to get out of Cumberland County. Then they'll do a mass drop of the tornado watch from their area. Then it'll be on the Morristown office as to what they want to do with their portion of the tornado watch. There's also a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for areas farther east. So again, it's just wait and see. But that tornado watch for Fentress, Cumberland, let's see, Van Buren, wow, Warren's still in that. Wow, Putnam. I'm looking at her screen up there. Overton, Pickett, Fentress. Yeah, that's going to be, don't worry about that. That'll be gone, I'd say, within the next 15 to 30 minutes, maybe sooner. So that'll be good. Oh, wow, we lost our feed there. So I've got that's funny. I've got a loop. I just put it on YouTube because that's the easiest place to have it. That actually cut off behind me. That's funny. It's an 8-hour loop, and that's how long that's been going for. So we'll have to restart that now. Looks like we're now on a screensaver up there. Y'all can't see that. I'll go full screen for a moment so y'all can see that. Once we sign off the radio, we can do a little bit more fun stuff. I know when I'm talking through these things, people are like, what the heck is he talking about if you're on the radio? So I'll show you all that here in a minute when we sign off from the radio coverage. Right now, storms over top of Crab Orchard right now. We don't have a sky cam over here to look at this. Unfortunately, our Kingston sky cam is down right now. What's interesting about the Kingston sky cam site, it's actually a solar site, so it's actually solar powered, which is really cool. I think cellular based too. But with it being solar powered, I think where it's positioned, it doesn't get full solar, full exposure to the sun all day. So that does, I think, limit its ability a bit, especially in the winter months, to get a full charge on the battery there. So we probably won't get that site back until the morning, if I had to guess. But anyway. Farther north, though, the storms are over top of Huntsville, Robbins, Sunbright, Lansing, Shady Grove. Again, just a couple minutes away from Wartburg. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Not really too surprised there. So the previous warning was set to expire at 2:45 Eastern. This new severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for quite a bit longer. This goes until 3:45 Eastern time. And again, damaging straight line winds being the concern here. So Wartburg and points east towards Oak Ridge, Rocky Top, Jacksboro, Caryville all included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Rockwood, Harriman also included here. And it's just a continuation of the warning we already had in effect. So that warning will expire at here in about 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes, and has been replaced by this new warning. We'll see if they decide to issue a warning farther south. It probably will, if I had to guess. Some pretty intense storms still moving through Dayton and Spring City right now. Still storming pretty hard here along the Bledsoe-Ray County line. So these storms will be moving into 5 points. Old Washington here very soon. Once these storms clear Ray County, that'll be out of our coverage area, except for Roane County. So we're hopping back and forth between different radar sites. Again, these different areas have better views from different radars. If you're farther west, again, we still have shower activity ongoing, still some elevated wind gusts. I have that wind advisory, remember, until 7 a.m. So we could still have an occasional gust to 40 or even 45 miles per hour, even through the mid-morning hours. But as far as the severe weather threat goes, it has ended for all of these areas here west of the main line. And will soon come to an end for eastern Cumberland County. That's the only area here we're still seeing storm activity. And then again along the Bledsoe-Ray County line, here across central Morgan County, just now entering Wartburg. Sunbright conditions should begin to calm down here pretty soon for y'all. Oneida, same for you. Still storming pretty good in Huntsville, here in the northeastern portions of Scott County. And then east of our coverage area, Jacksboro, Caryville, Lafayette, Jellicoe, y'all are next in line for these storms here in the next 30 minutes. So if you're watching out that way, again, 20 minutes or so, these storms will be to you. So just a heads up. Same for Oak Ridge, maybe another 20 to 30 minutes. Kingston, now about Kingston, we'll still be covering these storms. Because we do cover Roane County, at least with extended coverage, which I am going to provide tonight just because of the nature of this event. Extended coverage, I kind of define that more as like a tornado warning situation, but again, I went ahead and jumped the gun and said we would cover our far eastern areas, even if we, well, just regardless. So I am honoring that. So radio, we will be signing off here in the next minute. So at 1:45 Central, 2:45 Eastern, we will be signing off from our radio coverage. But really and truly, the worst of this threat, or the threat itself, will be moving out of the range those radio stations can reach. 94.7 Country Giant can reach further, but really and truly, I mean, I think we're good to go on that front. So I appreciate those who have tuned in on the radio. Again, I'd love to hear from you if you have. Reach out to me, let me know. I'm very curious at all who has listened on the radio to our coverage. I know there's a bit of a delay, so as far as me speaking and actually reaching the radio. So I imagine we'll be probably cutting off here very soon. So I appreciate those who've tuned in on the radio. Again, I will keep talking about that for those watching. But still very appreciative of Cookeville Communications for carrying our feed. Again, on 94.7 The Country Giant, 98.5 KISS FM, 106.1 The Eagle, and 107.7 Grace FM. If you're listening, you can continue to watch us on Facebook, X, YouTube, and Hub Plus on Roku, as well as the Upper Cumberland Weather smartphone app, UC Weather. You can continue to watch our coverage there as we sign off from radio. So again, I appreciate those of you who tuned in on the radio as we're shifting to streaming only coverage across the platforms I just mentioned. So for those watching, we'll take a look at the Nashville radar site again as these storms continue to shift eastward. The severe threat has ended pretty much for all of our eastern areas, or excuse me, all of our western areas, I should say. This is where I get tongue-tied at this point. Just some light, really some moderate to heavy shower activity being detected here from Cookeville up to Salina. We can pull up our Salina Skycam and take a look at that. This is not severe. We're not worried about severe weather anymore across our western areas or really anywhere here. But still raining pretty good, and it's still some gusty winds, just not severe strength. But this is the current scene right now in Salina right now. So still raining pretty good, still some gusty winds, but again, the severe threat has ended for you, long since ended. So that's the good news there. So that's your live view right now from Salina. I did mention once we signed off from radio, we would, I go full screen, my view. So we had a couple screens over here that have turned off. Those were local news stations in Nashville. They have not been covering these storms. Bottom screen there, our loop ended of our logo. I keep that on YouTube. It's just the easiest way to pull that up. So that's a little bit behind the curtain there. You can see, I don't know what that one video is there in the corner. There's a big tornado there on the one panel. And then, I don't know, the skydivers or something on the other. I don't know what that is. Over here, we got Southern Tennessee weather. There's Elijah Kirby. He does great work there covering areas just to our southwest. So definitely check him out if you live southwest of the Upper Cumberland region. And then I have Max Velocity's 24/7 radar feed thing going there. He was live on that, but I think he signed off an hour or so ago. Opal says they send the warning for Crossville. I don't believe so. Let me check. Shouldn't be for Crossville. Okay, so they did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, that I did not catch that. So a new severe thunderstorm warning was issued for not Crossville, but just far eastern portions of Cumberland County. And my apologies. It's a very short duration severe thunderstorm warning, though, as we pull radar back up. So we did get a new severe thunderstorm warning just because the threat has not ended yet for far eastern Cumberland County. This warning is in effect until 2 a.m. Central. So just 13 minutes on this warning. Damaging straight line winds continue to be the concern here as these storms move from Ozone towards Rockwood. Again, still an active severe thunderstorm warning. Crossville not included in this, though. So that's good news for y'all. Again, that tornado watch will be dropped once these storms move out of Cumberland County. Fairly certain about that. Still storming really hard here across Ray County from Dayton to Spring City. Storms now entering Roane County, so Rockwood. You're getting in on these storms now, about to move into Harriman here in the next probably 10 minutes or so. Kingston within the next 15 minutes. Wartburg, this is now on top of you. And these will be shifting into eastern portions of Morgan County, so Oakdale, Coalfield, Stevens, Petros, Union, Piney, all of these locations will be getting these storms here within the next 5 to 10 minutes as these storms shift eastward across Morgan County. Also seeing some heavy activity across eastern Scott County, approaching Montgomery over top of Winona right now. So again, still all these areas you see in the yellow polygons, these are active severe thunderstorm warnings. I believe we are off the radio now, so we won't do anything differently, but maybe I can rest my voice for a couple more moments anyway or something. Don't have to worry about taking sips of water and that coming across over the airways. So we will be wrapping up our coverage, though, soon. Again, once these storms clear, really Roane County will be the easternmost extent as far as our coverage area goes. So once these storms clear Roane County, we will sign off at that point. I know we do still have active showers and some thunder. I mean, I'm in Smith County. We're still hearing some thunder out there at times. Still got gusty winds. I got some heavy showers moving into Livingston right now, Monterey, but none of this is severe. We're not worried about anything becoming severe over this way. Still some gusty winds, though. We have that wind advisory in effect again until 7 a.m. or 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern. But we're not worried about any additional severe weather worries. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning was reissued for far eastern Cumberland County, but it's a short duration warning set to expire in 10 minutes. At 2 a.m. Central, that warning will expire and the severe threat will be over with for Cumberland County. Crab Orchard, you're in that warning, but you're good to go now. The worst is now east of you. Shifting into Rockwood, again, over top of Wartburg right now, damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour continue to be the primary hazard all along this area inside the yellow polygon. I will also say, too, areas west of this line, while the severe threat has ended, because winds are still elevated, we're still seeing heavier showers, it's not out of the question. We could still see 1 or 2 power outages. Could still see a couple of downed trees. Like, that's still very possible when you got winds of 40 to 45 miles per hour. Gusts that high can still bring down a couple of trees, especially now with the ground being very saturated. It won't take a whole lot. Our northwestern areas especially, where we had the ice storm back in the end of January, may have weakened some tree limbs and branches. This is one thing I was concerned about going into today with the strong winds. Might bring down several trees in this area. I've not heard a whole lot of reports of that, but again, it's also very late at night, early in the morning, so we'll probably know more as we go along. David Banks on YouTube says, tree down in my driveway in Dodson Branch. I have a feeling we got a lot of trees down. I'm just praying we don't have a tree down on my back hauler road, because we will be going home as soon as this coverage wraps up. And that happened last spring, I think. Last year, oh boy, that was interesting. We had severe weather coverage late into the night just like this, and then we headed home. And of course, once we got onto our road, it's a backwoods hauler. Tree down, middle of the road. I don't have a chainsaw or anything on me, so had to turn around. Thankfully, our road, though, is not a dead end. There's another way around. It's a very long way around, though, extra 15 minutes out of the way. And darn near ran into another tree through there. Thankfully, we were just barely able to get by it, but really hoping we don't run into a repeat of that tonight. Just thankful we didn't lose power here, though. Didn't have to deal with the generator or anything, so that was some good news. So very strong storm activity across eastern and southeastern Scott County. Very intense storm over top of Wartburg right now. And shifting into eastern Morgan County. So you want to be away from windows right now. I trust you're probably indoors already. It's 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Eastern, but you still want to be indoors. These storms roll through. They're knocking on the door of Rockwood right now, so very intense storms moving into Rockwood. Harriman, the conditions will deteriorate very soon. Same for Kingston here in a matter of just a few minutes. Spring City and Dayton still storming pretty heavily here, but these storms are beginning to shift eastward into eastern portions of Ray County. So while we still have some intense rain here, still likely some strong winds, the worst is shifting to your southeast, moving towards Decatur and then ultimately Athens and Rossville. Again, still a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. They have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued a little bit ago, reissued for Ray County, set to expire at, what would that be, 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central. This cell here is shifting out of Cumberland County, so I think the severe threat is winding down for eastern Cumberland County. I'm sure the Weather Service, they may just let that warning ride for a few more minutes. Set to expire at 2 a.m. Central. But if you're in Crab Orchard, your threat has ended. Alloway, Ozone, conditions improving pretty dramatically for y'all as well. Really the worst. Yep, there it goes. So they did go ahead and expire that. So the severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled early for eastern Cumberland County. The warning, the short duration warning that was issued to cover far eastern Cumberland County has been expired early. So for our primary coverage area, that being the 14 counties here in the Upper Cumberland region that we cover specifically, the severe threat has ended. That tornado watch has not been dropped yet, but I imagine the Weather Service office out in Asheville will be dropping it very soon. So Cumberland, Fentress, Van Buren, and then points west there still technically under that tornado watch. It will be dropped very, very soon. Probably in a matter of just a minute or two, if I had to guess. I imagine they're probably going ahead and doing the things they need to do to remove that watch. Farther east, though, the watches do continue, though. And warnings, of course, severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down this line. So every county that we cover from west to east, both in our primary and extended coverage area, has gone under a severe thunderstorm warning at some point tonight. And then earlier in the night, we had a tornado warning for portions of, I believe, Wilson and Sumner counties. I think Wilson was included in that. I don't even remember. It's been so long ago now, y'all. Well, going on, 2.5, almost 3 hours ago, I guess. Let's see, it's almost 2 a.m. We signed on at about 10. So we've been live for about, what, 3.5 hours now, I think. Continuous live coverage here from the Upper Cumberland Weather Studio. Again, the heaviest storms have shifted into eastern Ray County. Now, western portions of Roane County getting in on these storms, so very close to Harriman, very close to Kingston. Unfortunately, our Skycam site in Kingston is down, which is a bummer. We can't look at that feed right now. Wartburg, conditions should begin to improve for you here pretty soon as these storms shift into eastern Morgan County. So Oakdale, Coalfield, Oliver Springs, Petros, you're next in line for these storms in just a few minutes. And then a storm shifting, really beginning to shift out of Scott County at this point. Really just southern Scott County still seeing some heavier storm activity. Of course, that damaging wind potential still continuing for y'all. Of course, central and eastern portions of Morgan County, western portions of Roane County, and then eastern portions of Ray County. So really our focus soon is going to shift to just eastern Morgan County and central and eastern Roane County as these storms continue eastward through our extended coverage area. So I am remaining live for these, again, until they get east of these areas, and then that's when I'll sign off. Lexi says, how's Macon County? Wow, we still got people in Macon County watching. No, Macon County's fine. Wind advisory remains in effect through 7 a.m., but the rain will be coming to an end here pretty soon. Still some moderate shower activity across much of Macon County right now. Still a little bit of lightning being detected. I'm hearing the thunder too. There's still some thunder, still some lightning with this activity. But temperatures are going to be dropping rapidly though, or at least gradually. I guess I said more of a gradual drop. But temperatures are going to be very cold throughout the day today. Like 30s cold, 30s to around 40. Snow showers cold. I just heard hella thunder. Yep. I've been hearing it here too a little bit. Becky says we have more storms later tonight for Crossville. No, just this shower activity is going to continue for the next hour or two. You may hear some thunder. So by storm activity, you mean thunder? Yeah. Severe weather? No. Your severe threat has ended. Still have not seen the tornado watch dropped yet, but again, it's coming soon. It's coming soon. And maybe they're coordinating with the Weather Service office in Morristown for that too, because there's a couple of counties, I believe, gosh, I don't even remember now. I think, was this Ray and Bledsoe? Maybe Ray, Bledsoe, and why do I want to say Scott? I can't remember the exact county, or maybe Morgan. Maybe it was Morgan, Ray, and Bledsoe were included in that tornado watch as well. So they may be coordinating with the Morristown Weather Service office as far as expiring that tornado watch, just because it'd be kind of awkward to just leave it in effect for a couple of counties. But that's my speculation on that at this point. So severe threat is shifting out of Scott County, moving into Caryville and Jacksboro, Lafayette. That's outside of our coverage area. But just a heads up, if anybody's watching over that way, again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 3:45 a.m. Eastern time. Damaging straight line winds continue to be the primary concern for y'all. Storm shifting into eastern Morgan County, so Petros, Coalfield, Oakdale, all in line for these. Again, damaging straight line winds being the hazard here. And then storms moving into central portions of Roane County here soon. So Kingston, you'll be getting in on this. Harriman now seeing these storms. Midtown, Rockwood. And again, damaging straight line winds continue to be the concern for y'all. Farther south, Spring City and Dayton, you've been removed from the severe thunderstorm warning. Only southern/eastern portions of Ray County remain under this severe thunderstorm warning. And might I say, y'all have an oddly shaped county. And no offense at all. You just have a very oddly shaped county there in Ray County. It's kind of hard to say southeast or northwest because you're kind of like a weird shape here. But anyway, I guess it's southeastern, but anyway, your severe threat will be coming to an end very soon. as these storms shift down into Decatur, moving towards Rossville, Athens, Sweetwater. But again, these are all outside of our coverage area. So severe threat has ended, though, for Cumberland County. For those still watching there. Dakota says the tornado watch dropped for Putnam County. Not yet, but your severe threat has ended. The only reason that tornado watch is still in effect is because the National Weather Service likes to drop multiple counties at the same time. And if I had to guess, I think they're coordinating with the Weather Service office in Morristown for that, because there's also a couple of counties covered by the Morristown Weather Service office where we're still seeing active storm activity that are still technically in that tornado watch as well. So I imagine what they're doing is they're going to let these storms move east of those warned areas, and then they'll drop the whole watch for everybody else. But if you're farther west, severe threat's ended. It's over. Where you see, it's very easy to pick out. Where you see the reds and oranges and yellows here, that's where your severe threat exists and points east of there. If you are west of all of this, your severe threat has ended. And hopefully you know where you're at on this map. How's Harriman, Tennessee? It's over. It's on top of you right now. Harriman is storming pretty good, damaging straight line winds. Well, I stand corrected. I guess they didn't coordinate with the Weather Service office in Morristown. Tornado watch has been canceled for all the Middle Tennessee counties plus Cumberland and Fentress counties. And you can see it there on your screen. So technically still in effect for a couple of the counties covered by the Morristown Weather Service office. So my speculation was incorrect. They were not coordinating with them on that, which I don't really know why they would, but that was... there was just a little bit of a delay there between the severe thunderstorm warning expiring for Cumberland County and that watch being dropped. But as you can see at the bottom of your screen, there's no longer a tornado watch in effect for the Middle Tennessee counties, plus Fentress and Cumberland counties, technically East Tennessee there. Wind advisory does remain in effect, though. That's the brown shading you see on that map, that tan shading that does remain in effect till 7 a.m. Central. So wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour still possible. Nash Respect says viewership is really dropping off. Makes sense, though. Yeah. I mean, hey, I'm going to bed. Y'all, I'm going to bed. As soon as this storm is out of Roane County, we're heading to the house, and I'm getting my 2 hours of sleep before I got to get up. And then I'll probably be taking a good nap tomorrow at some point. So you may not get much. It may be like tomorrow afternoon before y'all hear from me again, or today, or whatever. So enjoy the snow showers while I nap. So severe threat has fully shifted into East Tennessee at this point. So once these storms exit, again, Scott, Morgan, Roane, and Ray counties, that'll be it for our coverage. And really, you know, the way these storms are positioned to be primarily Roane County will be the last in line. So right now, these storms are storming pretty good right now in Harriman. Now rolling into Kingston. Extending up into Coalfield. Wartburg, conditions are improving for you now. So just some light rain, still some wind likely. And that wind will continue to be elevated through the rest of the overnight hours into the morning hours. Again, want to thank our premier community partners for supporting us, as well as our community partners on our Upper Cumberland Weather channel. Very thankful for all of them. If you had wind damage tonight to your roof, Henry Brothers Roofing, there at the corner of your screen. They are the ones to contact about that. Still about 1,000 of you watching right now. That's pretty crazy. I'm going to look right now and see some of our stats. Was hoping we could hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. I doubt we did that, but I'll take a look and see where we are now. Don't know why. We've had some Wi-Fi troubles here in the studio. So reload that again. I'm just curious to see where we have landed. So at last check, I think we were at like 8,500 subscribers or something like that on YouTube. Wow, we're up to 9,400. So didn't quite hit 10,000, but we're up to nearly 9,400 subscribers. So we're right there on it. So we should hit that pretty soon. And still a lot of people watching on YouTube right now. Looks like we've got like 700 or 800 people still watching on YouTube right now. That's crazy. But this is what we do. We stay up late for these storms, no matter how late we need to be up for them. As far as severe weather goes, that threat is pretty much ended now for Scott County. Still some heavier activity far southeastern Scott County, and then shifting into far eastern Morgan County at this point. So Petros and Coalfield still getting hit pretty hard. And then down into Harriman, shifting over into Kingston now, getting in on these storms. Unfortunately, our Kingston Skycam is down, so we're not able to reference that, unfortunately. But damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour continue to be the primary concern here. Severe threat also beginning to shift out of Ray County as these storms move southeastward into Decatur and towards Athens. And storming very heavily right now in Chattanooga. This is well outside our coverage area, but if anybody's watching down that way, very intense storms, Red Bank, East Ridge, Chattanooga. Trenton, again, is storming very, very hard down this way. Damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour continue to be the concern, just all up and down this line. Again, tornado threat really has dropped off quite a bit. So not too terribly worried about a spin up at this point. More just a linear mode of storms here with a damaging straight line wind potential continuing as these storms continue to march eastward. So as far as our extended coverage area goes, really eastern Roane County will be it. And once these storms move through that area, that'll be pretty much it for our coverage for the night. Farther west, though, people still watching in the Cookeville area, McMinnville, Carthage, Salina. Severe threat has long since ended for y'all. So that's the good news there. We do still have some gusty winds, though. Again, wind advisory remains in effect through 7 a.m., so wind gusts as high as 40 to 45 miles per hour. Still can't be ruled out. So still blowing pretty hard out there. Lots of moderate to heavy shower activity extending from Sparta up into Cookeville, Livingston, Salina, Byrdstown, all that shifting eastward. Still some embedded lightning with this as well. So it may sound pretty intense here, but again, this is not severe. It may seem severe to you, but it doesn't meet the criteria for a severe thunderstorm warning, and it won't. And then these showers really taper off west of Nashville. Really not a whole lot of anything going on that way. So rain will gradually come to an end. This is well-needed rain, especially for our southern and eastern areas. We do have an ongoing drought. So we could definitely use this rain. We'd really like to get that drought eliminated if we can. Because the next week or so is actually looking pretty dry for the most part. Off and on snow showers possible throughout our Monday. I know that sounds very weird to say, covering severe weather right now. And as warm as we've been. Maybe some light accumulations possible along the plateau, but mainly in grassy surfaces and elevated surfaces, not so much worried about travel issues. But I appreciate all of y'all tuning in, though. For sure. Had probably our highest viewership ever tonight, which makes sense. You know, the nighttime storm event and our following just keeps getting larger. So makes sense that we would have pretty high viewership tonight. But thankfully, though, this threat will be coming to an end for even our far eastern areas very soon. Now, for East Tennessee, Knoxville, Morristown, Sevierville, Pigeon Forge, we don't cover these areas, but just seek other local sources for continued information out that way. Again, I just don't have the stamina to stay live. I don't know how like people like Ryan Hall, Max Velocity, I don't see how they do it, to be quite honest with y'all. I mean, I could do it if I needed to, and I'm sure the time will come where I have to do a marathon stream of like 7 or 8 hours. But man, ooh-wee. This is good enough for me right here. 3 to 4 hours, I'm good. I am good. Power's out here in Petros, so still very intense storms here. Damaging straight line winds continue to be possible. And eastern Morgan County, we are without power. Storms rolling through Kingston right now. Moving into eastern portions of Roane County here soon, so Cedar Grove. Points east of there towards Oak Ridge. Midway here again in Roane County. All getting in on these storms. Far eastern Morgan County, again, we just heard the report of a power outage there in the Petros community. Coalfield, maybe some hail here. And you can see these returns here, this reflectivity is beginning to look a little bit more intense. That's because we're getting closer to the radar site. Between, Crossville and Wartburg, Huntsville, Jamestown, it's just a radar hole over here. And of course, we went on a rant on that earlier. We desperately need a radar on the plateau. It would make all the difference. All the difference here. But just continuing live here for a bit longer. And then we will ultimately sign off, and I'll have to do the deed, which is waking my wife up and my 2-year-old at 2 a.m. here Central Time, 2:30 probably by the time I sign off. Doesn't help my wife's a teacher too, so that's fun. Oh man. And the house is about 10 minutes up the road, so that will be fun. We will be going straight to bed. So let's reset here a bit. Let's look at the Nashville radar site, and I'm going to put radar in motion for quite a while here. So we'll let this load, and we'll show you how these storms have evolved as they moved eastward. So this is, as they were pushing through western Middle Tennessee, this is about the time we went live as they were approaching the I-65 corridor. That was like 10:30 tonight. And then it continued eastward through the Upper Cumberland. And you can see where we've hit a bit of a radar hole. And then, of course, we pick back up here with the Morristown radar site as these storms continue to march along towards the east. Looks like storms are moving along at about 30 miles per hour, so they have slowed down a bit. I'm not happy about that, by the way, in case you're wondering. Storms have slowed down a bit, though, as they move through Kingston into now eastern portions of Roane County. For Ray County, your severe threat has pretty much ended as these storms are now shifted pretty much south of you at this point, south and east. We do have an active severe thunderstorm warning technically here, south and east of Dayton and Spring City, but that will be, I'm sure that'll be canceled early probably, or just allowed to expire. That warning's set to expire at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central, but I'd say y'all might be dropped early. But if not, the severe threat's over with for y'all. Really, eastern Morgan County, it's just Petros, Coalfield, where we're still seeing an active severe threat still. Wartburg, you're no longer in the warning. Your severe threat has ended. And then Rockwood, your severe threat has ended. Harriman, your severe threat will end very soon, as the heaviest of this activity shifts into eastern Roane County. And really, that'll be it. So once these storms move out of eastern Roane County, at least the severe portion, that'll be the conclusion of my coverage, at least. So current time is 2:14 Central, 3:14 Eastern Time. Again, I'm Anthony Taylor, live in the Upper Cumberland Weather Studio. I have been live since about 10:30 Central Time, covering these storms from west to east. And severe threat continues. I mean, these are still some very stout storms all along this line. We've had severe thunderstorm warnings. I think pretty much every county in Middle Tennessee went under a severe thunderstorm warning at some point, And a few counties went under tornado warnings. I think we even had tornado damage back towards Lawrenceburg. I haven't had a chance to really look into that. We might have had a couple tornadoes in Middle Tennessee tonight. Thankfully, though, the tornado threat hasn't completely ended, but it's a very, very low threat at this point. We're mainly looking at that damaging straight line wind threat at this point as these storms continue to move towards the Knoxville area. So we're just hanging out here waiting for these storms to move out of Roane County, and then that'll conclude my coverage for the night. If anybody else is watching from Oak Ridge up into Jacksboro, Lafayette, again, still storming very heavily there. Y'all do remain under a severe thunderstorm warning until 3:45 Eastern. Damaging straight line winds continue to be the primary concern there. So everybody should be indoors right now, but you want to be away from windows, preferably on the lowest level of your home. You don't have to be in your tornado safe spot, but still best to be on the lowest level of your home. And if you got a tree next to your home, best to get away from that, just in case. Had a comment on YouTube said, I might not be in your area, but a little help, please. I'm in Chattanooga. It is storming heavily in Chattanooga right now. But your severe threat should be coming to an end very soon, though. Worst is now shifting east of you towards East Ridge, Rossville, Fort Oglethorpe. So I'd say give it about 10 more minutes and your conditions will improve pretty dramatically for Chattanooga over that way. So at this point, heaviest of the storm activity is shifting out of Morgan County and has shifted out of Scott County. So really it's just Roane County here, and then that'll be it for our coverage area. Everywhere else, we're just seeing some light to moderate shower activity. A few heavier showers as we wait for the Nashville radar site to load from Sparta up into Monterey, Livingston, Byrdstown. Still seeing some lightning with this activity, but nothing severe. We're not worried about severe weather in this area. So that's the good news. If anybody's being awoken by the thunder, got some lightning strikes being detected in Sparta. Again, none of this is severe. Severe threat has completely ended for these areas. But still, I know the thunder might be a little bit unsettling. Still a bit windy outside, too. In fact, I'll take our Sparta Skycam. You can see here, still shaking a bit there. Still a bit windy here. Still some pretty good downpours coming down. But again, winds should not get to severe strength. That's 60 miles per hour. And we shouldn't see our winds get to that point. So, again, not too worried about that, thankfully. At all, really, at this point. Pam's is actually storming worse now than it was earlier in Livingston. That may be the case for some areas. Again, we remain under a wind advisory till 7 a.m. So wind gusts of 40 to 45 miles per hour. Still very much possible. That's under severe limits. But in some areas, we may not have seen winds quite get to 60 miles per hour. So it may be that a 40 to 45 mile per hour gust is actually worse than we saw with the line. Again, it's not everyone saw severe strength winds along the line. Some areas did, some areas didn't. It just really depended on where you were. But again, severe threat itself is over with for majority of the area, and soon to be over with for even our farthest eastern areas. I think at this point, Morgan County, you're in the clear for severe weather. Of course, Scott County, we've given you the all clear. Ray, Bledsoe, y'all have the all clear, and very soon can give an all clear. I think within the next 10 minutes, probably for Roane County. In fact, I want to go ahead and say, I think 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern. So here in about 10 minutes, we'll probably shut this thing down. Again, that severe threat shifting east of our coverage area, even the eastern fringe of it. So I think at that point, we're pretty well good to go for the night. Again, winds will remain elevated, but there's nothing we really need to stay live for. So that'll be the plan. Brian says, another storm coming through Crossville the next few hours? No. Now, you may hear some lightning over the next hour or two. Rain may pick up. Winds, again, will remain elevated at times, but as far as severe weather threat goes, no. Lightning, thunder, rain in Rickman now, says Bob. Yes, that is indeed the case. But thankfully, these nastier returns we're seeing on radar here, all that has pushed east for most of us, and now shifting into eastern Roane County, soon to move out of Roane County and into North City, Knoxville, those areas. Just thankful we didn't lose power where I'm at here. So we are just continuing to hang out for a few more minutes, and then I'll plan to sign off from coverage again about 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern is the current plan at this point. I think at that point these storms should be, at least a severe threat, should very likely be out of Roane County at that point. Oh boy. Oh boy. My road is without power right now. I just looked at I was curious. I looked at the power outage map for oh, great. Well, we have power at the studio, but my house is without power right now. Oh boy, what a fun reward to go home to after a 4-hour marathon severe weather coverage. Oh boy, we may hang out here a bit longer then. Just rest here where there is power, which we can. We got comfortable amenities here, accommodations. We got a chair, a couch. So severe threat shifting again into eastern Roane County at this point. So if you're in Lenoir City, Loudon, Farragut, over towards Knoxville, again, this is outside of our coverage area, but again, just heads up, some nasty storms moving your way. New severe thunderstorm warning was issued. For all this activity, damaging straight line of winds in excess of 60 miles per hour remain possible for all the counties you see listed here. Storms moving towards the east about 40 miles per hour. So all the areas here in these yellow polygons, again, are where the severe threat continues for now. Really sad that we'd have no power at my house right now. Can't help it. It's one of those things that happens. The backwoods holler, it happens. But definitely not ideal by any means. I would hopefully maybe one day I get a whole home generator. That would be awesome, like a Generac. Hey, if anybody has connections with a company that does generators, I tell you what, I will make you the deal of the century right now if you can hook me up with a Generac system at my house. I will cut you the best deal ever if you can hook me up with a Generac. Because where we live, it is very prone to power outages just because of the nature of the road, the way the power lines run. It's not the fault of the electric company. It's just a very difficult spot. So power outages are common when we have severe weather, unfortunately. That's why I'm glad we have the studio here in a wide open area. It's a lot less likely to happen, and we do have a generator and the capacity to remain live even if the power does go out here. But or at least we will once we get all that configured properly. But anyway, that's how it goes sometimes. Your house pretty well insulated. Oh yeah, very well insulated. Actually, our electric bill, while it was kind of high last month, nowhere near as bad as what some other people have reported. Yeah, I think we're just going to stay here. I'll just keep track of the outage map, and then once I see we are no longer in an outage, then that's when we'll go home. We'll just do it that way. We've got heat here, thankfully. We've got drinks, bottled water. Actually, the mini fridge is still open. Let me shut that real quick. Don't know how that happened. But we'll make it work. Yeah, I don't like I said, I don't blame the power company or anything. It is what it is. Actually, Upper Cumberland Electric Services, they've actually been very proactive in clearing trees and stuff to make sure the power, that's not a widespread issue. They're actually very proactive with that. So I gotta give them credit. It's just, unfortunately, our road the way it is, it's just not as feasible to do that. So it's just something we have to deal with. But, oh well, I guess we will stay put here a bit longer than I would otherwise would be the case. Ray says, thunder in Crossville. Yes, we do still have some lightning being detected. And rain will actually pick up in the Crossville area here soon. We got a cluster here of heavier showers from Spencer up into Sparta, Monterey, Livingston, Salina, Byrdstown, Jamestown. All that's shifting eastward. Some embedded gusty winds here. And some lightning being detected as well, but as far as severe weather goes, it's not a concern. So really the severe threat, I think at this point, is pretty much shifted out of Roane County. So we'll give this a couple more minutes. Let's shift gears a bit, since now the severe threat has pretty much shifted east of our coverage area. We're going to look at the future tracker, future radar. Let me zoom in a bit here, make this a little bit more legible for y'all. So let's pull up the HRRR model. And we actually want the precipitation type version of this. And we will turn off weather alerts for now. As we take a look at this. So this is future radar. It's a 6Z run of the HRRR model. So we see the storms, you see the orange. But look what happens though as we get into the mid-morning hours. It's 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern. Those blues you see, these are pockets of flurries and snow showers. That's how cold it's going to be in the morning. We'll be in the 30s. And look, as we go through the day, snow showers may become a bit impressive at times. This is at noon. And then continue to see off and on snow showers into the evening hours. And maybe overnight hours. I'll tell you what, that's actually a little bit more impressive than I've seen in previous runs. Obviously, surface temperatures are very warm right now. So even once temperatures do drop into the 30s, it's going to take quite a bit of time for surface temperatures to come down cold enough to support any kind of accumulation. Maybe some grassy surfaces, maybe some elevated surfaces, but areas along the plateau or higher elevation areas do stand a chance of seeing maybe upwards of a half inch to an inch of accumulation through tomorrow. Well, we'll just say Monday night. It is Monday now, but if I say tonight, I don't mean like right now. I mean, the next night coming up. So I don't think travel will be much of a problem. But again, we could see some accumulation here. So it's going to be kind of bizarre to see snow showers. But here's the projected accumulation. Again, take this with a grain of salt because, again, not all of this will be able to accumulate. I mean, this shows anywhere from 2 to 3 inches along the plateau. But again, keep in mind this doesn't factor in surface temperatures being very warm. So while that much snow will fall, not that much is going to stick because, again, it's going to take a while for surface temperatures to cool down enough to support any sort of accumulation. But still, a pretty decent snowfall otherwise if surface temperatures were warmer, or cooler, rather. But still pretty crazy, though. Pretty crazy. That's what we're going to be dealing with. Snow showers will taper off, though, tomorrow night into Tuesday morning. And then Tuesday's going to be cold. Like, we'll drop down to around 20 for overnight lows by Tuesday morning. Highs only in the 30s on Tuesday. So it's going to be a chilly day. Thankfully short-lived, though. So if you don't like the cold weather, don't worry. It won't hang around long. We'll be back in the 50s Wednesday, maybe even approaching 60 in some areas, up into the 60s to near 70 Thursday, low to mid 70s by Friday. So it's very short lived. Within 3 to 4 days, we're right back in the 70s, right where we left off. But no severe weather expected in the extended outlook, thankfully. But yeah, that's what we're looking at, though. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. But it's March Madness. Part of it, you know. Part of it. But it is 2:30 Central Time. We'll take one last look at the radar out of Morristown for our eastern areas, and then we'll look at the Nashville radar for our western areas. We'll turn our weather alerts back on and show you where the active warnings are. Actually, I don't think that cut back on for some reason. Well, anyway, we'll just have to do without that for now. Severe threat, though, has pretty much ended now for Roane County as all these storms shift eastward towards Knoxville, Maynardville, approaching all within the next 15 to 20 minutes now, entering Lenoir City and Loudon, Sweetwater. But as for our coverage area, again, just some moderate to heavy shower activity right now from Spencer up into Crossville, Monterey, Sparta, Livingston, Byrdstown. None of this is severe. Now, it may seem pretty intense. Winds are gusty here. You know, raining pretty heavily, some embedded lightning in a few spots. But again, as far as severe weather goes, that threat has ended. Now, we could see a couple of additional down trees, potentially. That is still very possible. Another power outage or two, still very much possible in this area. But as far as severe weather worries are concerned, that threat has ended. So that is the good news. And again, temperatures will continue to decrease as we go into the morning hours. It is morning, but mid-morning hours. Down into the 30s, snow showers becoming likely, increasingly likely as we go through the day. And again, crazy enough, we may see at least some light accumulations possibly, especially along the plateau. So, yeah, quite the turnaround from what we're seeing now. Y'all, at this point, I'm wore out. It's 2:32 a.m. Central, 3:30 Eastern. Severe threat has shifted into East Tennessee, out of our coverage area. And I think this is a pretty good stopping point now. Again, if you missed it, I'm without power at my house. I'm glad I looked at this. That would have been not a very good surprise to have come home to. So we may hang out here a bit longer, but I'm going to sign off and go lay on the chair over there, I guess. Actually, I got a good office chair here. That thing's pretty comfortable to lay back in. So we may lean back in that and rest my eyes for a bit. And we'll let that be it for the night. And hopefully power is restored at my house so we can go home and do all the things there. But I'm going to sign off from coverage here, y'all. Please stay safe. Again, winds I know are elevated out there. Wind advisory does remain in effect through 7 a.m. And really, that's about it. Snow showers likely throughout our Monday, as weird as that is to say. And maybe even some light accumulations possible. But that's all I have for tonight. We're going to resume our regular programming. If you're watching on YouTube, Hub Plus, we'll go back to regular programming. Otherwise, the stream will end on Facebook, X, and the special stream we had on YouTube besides outside of our channel. So that being said, I'm going to sign off here. Y'all stay safe and God bless.